Happy Sunday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway is we will be doing a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Wishing you a lot of luck if you're participating in that. And also we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. I'll be able to do that drawing. We're going to talk a bit about the energy. Going to talk a little bit how we're feeling. Happy new moon, everyone. How are you feeling through it? It's I'm going to tell you, it's interesting stuff. There's a lot happening. Okay. We're going to work through it. But give me a scale of 1 to 10 right now. How are you feeling? No wrong answers. No wrong answers. There's a couple of different things we need to talk about. I am very glad to hear that you're feeling happy, Adam. We love that right now. I feel like it's a really healing new moon. It's good energy. But it can be like it's heavy stuff. You know what I mean? It's heavy. It's heavy, but it's good. It's good heavy. You know what a good heavy is? Hi there, Haley. How are you doing today? Welcome, Kate and V. I thought I missed your live. Nope. Didn't miss anything, V. And if it helps, I always try to post over on the subscriber only Discord channel when we're going to be live. You can also always find the schedule over on the Substack. I also post it on the place where we keep the photos. So haven't missed a thing, dear. Good to see you today. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you, Hannah, for joining from an invite. Welcome, Sylvia. Thank you, Adam, as well, for sending those hearts. I appreciate you. Yes, it's so helpful to see a schedule. I do my best. And if there's anything I can provide on the Discord that would be helpful as well, just let me know. I'm feeling it this weekend. Right? It's intense and heavy, Sarah, right? It's not a bad heavy, right? It's like, I think we're going to talk through it. Okay. Because a lot of it, I feel like Leo in Mars is doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now. Okay. Why am I basically saying that? Because I want to describe that. I think the best way to kind of walk through what we've been experiencing energetically is we've been going through all of this work, especially as it relates to the space of the emotions versus the space of the desire. And the thing about it, and again, if you've been feeling like this like yo-yo effect, is, it's really, we've been having a bunch of planets that have been going back and forth across like the border between Pisces and Aries for like weeks now. And it's like, I like to describe it equivalent to feeling like you're going through like the tumble cycle of a washing machine, right? Because it's hard on the emotions. But, one of the things we've talked a lot about, and I feel like this has a lot to do with the fact that we've got Neptune that's transited into Aries, and we've had Venus and Mercury that have also been proceeding back into Aries, having dipped back into Pisces during the retrograde cycle. There's a lot of this weight that we are building into in the context of recognizing and honoring how far one has come and in the space of memory. And what's beautiful about that is there's a tenderness here. There's a vulnerability. There's a sensitivity that can only be described as heart opening, because and I want to describe it like this: when we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, anything is energetically possible, right? And that's why this, like, I keep on getting like, never has there been a Taurus season like this one, because I mean, Taurus energy, it's working through a lot of that. And here's the thing, there's often a misconception with Taurus energy in terms of being very rigid, but it's not. This all of this work that we're doing right now is working through the cycle that Taurus almost always comes here to work through, which is, identifying and recognizing how one finds comfort. Often, like the irony of those spaces is having to move out of your comfort zone, right? Because and I want to describe this right now. Like we had a lot of these messages that were coming through prior to moving into this new moon in Taurus that were talking through the space of aversion. And it's not about the healing that requires one to move away from aversion entirely. But what's beautiful about it, and I feel like this was a really nice message that was coming through, is remembering, like, we call it shadow work, but shadow work is like, it's almost like an overly frightening name for something that really is about confronting the aversions within the self, right? Because when we're being intentional, when we're working in the space of trying to understand the coursework that we're building into in the identification of the self, that ability of being able to confront the things within us that are hard to look at helps us understand effectively a better understanding or recognition of where our fears come from, right? And this is why there was like this beautiful conversation that we were seeing that like come about. It's not about overcoming the fear, it's about understanding the fear that is relevant to the context of the self, versus often working through a lot of those spaces that we put. I keep on hearing, like, we put those, like, we get our hackles raised, we get defensive, we get protective because of the sensitivity of the self. This is often why we talk about the fact that, like, healing is not easy. It's not about feeling good all the time, right? It's about working through one's own discomfort to build into a better understanding of the self. It's not easy. And that's why I keep on seeing that this new moon energy, um it's a lot about navigating and honoring that heaviness, because I keep on hearing that when we understand what we are holding, it becomes an honor to hold something, right? Even if the burden feels like it's energetically great, right? Because it's the understanding, and this is what we like, the understanding of the sacred weight of something that holds value and significance to you. I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of this, like, it's helping us in this, like, procession towards Aries season, or not towards Aries season, but back into the Aries energy to a certain degree, because it's building upon tenacity, it's building upon determination, it's building upon the ability to push through discomfort that often allows us to find positivity or something even better on the other side of it. And this is having a real impact right now, depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. And I feel like it's like the hard it is the new moon in Taurus that is the hard look of it's like the hard look at the self that allows for that. I keep on seeing, like, it allows for that. I keep on hearing the uplift, like the heavy look at the self that allows one to feel the energetic honor of the weight that we're carrying. And at the same time, being able to continue to work in that space of surrender, in letting go of things that feel like they are bitter, and letting go of those parts that create that context of hardness within us. Because we talked a lot yesterday in the reading about the fact that, like, bitterness is the worst thing to carry within you, because you can't help trauma that happens to you, right? We can't help when things happen to us, but bitterness is what happens when we hold on to something in a way that it doesn't energetically serve us, right? And so I keep on seeing that, and there's also, like, that work that we're seeing that's happening right now in the space of trauma, which is like almost like allowing for that space of understanding that trauma is never something that we let go of, right? Like if trauma could be let go of, it wouldn't be trauma, right? Like it's a whole aspect of the fact that if you could just let go of it, it'd be fine. It's sticky. But when we are careful with it, right? When we're mindful of it, when we recognize and we identify the trauma within us, we choose to carry it in ways that we don't let it affect the world around us, right? And so there's a lot of that work that I see that's happening right now. And this is really important depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. Now, for a lot of the energy that is in separation during this time, and I got to tell you, I saw right after we came out of the retrogrades, the combination of the Mercury and Venus retrograde. I just want to walk you through the three different processions of energy coming into partnership right now. When we were in the start of the year, there were a lot of partnerships that were coming together that were in warrior energy. So it felt very Queen of Swords, very fast together, holding fast, moving towards each other very quickly. It was like Wonder Twins energies around the same time that Jupiter entered Gemini. The second cycle that we saw this year as it relates to partnership has been these chariot partnerships. There was a lot more fragility that was occurring in these because it's a lot of the energy that's was recognizing and building upon the fact that sometimes that the gift that we give each other in relationality to reliability, that constancy that we create every day, right? The attention, the prioritization, the insistence. It was very cathartic for a lot of the energy coming towards each other, but there was a lot more trepidation in those relationships because those were relationships potentially healing from circumstance or situations where it wasn't the fact that someone didn't have a lot of care for another person. But when we feel a lot and we haven't done the work of healing, our love doesn't feel like love. It feels like something entirely different. So that's why we saw that there was a lot of care that was happening as those partnerships were coming together. Now, this new energetic cycle I'm seeing of energy and separation, I keep on seeing that it's in magician energy. And why am I seeing that a lot of the energy right now is in magician energy and separation? Because they're putting it all out on the table. It's like authenticity is the priority. Authenticity. It's like authenticity, 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 especially and particularly if these were relation in energies that were healing from situations or circumstances in the past where another would not create that sense of consistency. They weren't finding that stabilization point in partnership. And in fact, every time they tried to air a frustration, someone would just go away. This is the energy that's recognizing and understanding the difference between an intentional partnership, which is like something that you put the work and effort into, versus those whim relationships where someone's only looking to come together when they feel energetically inspired. And they sometimes feel like they come and go, right? It's a lot of that energy. And that's why you can't express frustration in those type of relationships. Because if someone's just coming towards you for inspiration and you're being honest and someone goes, that's not very dream of you, a lot of those situations almost create that sense of feeling like one is performing the task of the self instead of being able to authenticate or be in one's own true energetic frequency. So that's why I see that a lot of this energy and separation is having a bit of this like take me as I am energy, healing from the illusion of rejection. Because when we're in our authenticity, and we honor the fact that we're moving towards something and we know what our energetic assignment is, it's not requiring perfect, right? Because perfect is not a location, it's a cardinal direction. And so I'm going to tell you right now, I saw a lot of relationships that may have come into the completion points during that recent eclipse cycle we experienced, especially if perfection was being utilized to prevent movement forward, because it's a reminder that perfection is a very convenient stoppage point because because perfection is made, it's never found, right? It's often utilized. It's often utilized to describe a stoppage point when someone's not invested in trying to energetically create it. Now, for a lot of the energy, that's why I see that there's this openness here. There's this articulation point about what it is that they're trying to build towards. And that's what I like about this, because this is energy that's like very much in the space of honoring the self and hashing things out, right? Like they're building into that context of healing by embodying their authenticity. And it's difficult, right? I'm not surprised to see this coming out of that Venus Mercury eclipse retrograde cycle. But this is the energy that's almost working through in the same direction or in the same position, that they're moving towards another and saying, this is who I am, and I love myself. This is me in my most intentional space. They're also healing from holding that direction point outside the self, right? And looking, if you're coming towards another in a point of authenticity, and another person doesn't like that, this is the energy that recognizes that that's not something to fix. That's a good note. Like that is energetic protection, right? We don't have to, when we are in exquisite energy, we're not going to necessarily be for everyone. And so I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy that is building into a sense of excitement, because as they journey towards partnership, they're finding themselves along the way. Now, for the energy coming into divine union right now, I just see that a lot of this energy coming into divine union right now are the chariot partnerships that are moving deeper into connection. And what is this energy doing right now? Interestingly, they're moving. And I want to correct myself, because a few days ago I said that they were coming into hermit energy, but it's not exactly hermit energy, because we've been having the high priestess coming out a lot. Like almost all of the spreads we've had for the last few days have had the high priestess appearing. And so I'm not surprised to see that, because the high priestess is effectively, in some way, shape, or form, a counterpart to the hermit card. Because this is a lot of the energy that is building into the context, right? The prioritization point of the chariot partnerships being the stable ground that the energy creates for one another in partnership. I keep on saying that these are the energies that are falling for one another, not by saying you're the wind beneath my wings, but they're saying that you're the ground beneath my feet. Because when we build into the context of solid ground, it allows that ability of going inward, going into the sanctuary of the self. So this is a lot of the energy that's recognizing and identifying that moving into partnership isn't the end of the discovery of the self. It's actually just the beginning of that inward journey. So this is the energy that's building a lot of that appreciation towards one another, because via the stable ground of sacredness that they're finding in union, they're finding the inner sanctum of the self. That brings us to a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union. Now, the energy deep within divine union right now, I just see very much in temperance energy. And why are we seeing that a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now is in temperance energy? You'll remember that these were a lot of the energetic forces that we saw were in the warrior energy prior at the beginning of the year. So a lot of this is finding patience, a deeper sense of patience for the self, a deeper sense of patience for those around you, right? Not working so reactively. And also not being reactive as it relates to the condition by which you find the self, right? Because and this is where I see all of those Taurus lessons that are coming in, because, and this is where I see, like, this is where maybe some of the most frustration is coming through right now for the energy deep within divine union, because a lot of the lessons that we see during Taurus cycles is understanding that often, in order to find a deeper level of comfortability, one must push through the context of one's own frustration, one's own anxiety, right? Because that is the difference between accepting situations as they are, but trying to move them in accordance with what you hope to be. The difference between I keep on seeing affecting the change that we want in situations or circumstances. It requires that resiliency. It requires that tenacity. It requires that patience, because, and this is where we get all of those lessons here, that sense of perseverance, right? The ability to be energetically considerate, the ability to be energetically patient, to move things in that vibration, or move things in that direction. I just keep on seeing that is a lot of the space wherein we identify and recognize what allows for the breakthrough point, right? And there's a lot of that energy that's like working through the personal breakthrough in the space of feeling the deepness or the connectedness of counterpart, that when you're navigating something that you're trying to adjust or accommodate or change, that clarity or that sense of self allows for that. I keep on hearing, like, the egoic straightening, as it were, in those moments that you're feeling uncertainty of the self, but then you're able to build in the context of the open mirror or clear channel of the counterpart that helps you see if there's something that you could do differently or something that you can change. It's not easy, right? And that's why I kept on describing that, like, this new moon in Taurus, it's hard, but it's reaffirming, right? There's a rigidness here. But, and I feel like this is the beauty of the Mars and Leo, there's that openness of determination that allows for that context of bravery as it relates to what it is that we're persevering towards, right? I feel like the overarching word of this, like, new moon is unafraid, which is very beautiful. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps, but welcome everybody who's joining us today. Hi there, Chell. How are you doing? And Sylvia, welcome. Thank you for joining us as well. Hannah, thank you. And welcome, Haley. V, I thought I missed you. Nope, you didn't miss me at all, V. Good to see you today. And Kaden, thank you as well. 8.5 out of 10. I'm loving that number right there, Adam. I'm feeling it this weekend. Intense and heavy. Yeah, so helpful to see the schedule. I'm so glad that helps. You figured out Discord. It's not. Oh, congratulations, Adam. I know we again, perfect energy for the new moon in Taurus, pushing yourself through frustration, finding something new on the other side of it. Good job. And thank you for those gifts. Estevan, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And if you have any questions about that, you can ask here in the comments, or you can always message me directly through my mail that has a G in it, if you know what I mean. Estevan, thank you for subscribing. So good to see you. Grand Rising, dear. Thank you, Alexandra and Mick, for those gifts. Perfectly. Hi, honey. Hi, Dana. Understatement of the year. I'll contact you soon. I got you, dear. You are not alone. You are not alone, guys. Okay. Grand Rising, Per. Good to see you. Hi there. It's my day. What if today? Oh, thank you. That's really kind of you to say, dear. I do my best. Thank you as well. And I mean, again, it's easy for me to be in a good mood with such lovely company. There we go. And thank you as well, Creative, for those gifts. Hi there, Creative. Welcome. Hi there, Ella. Welcome, Nancy. No, we haven't done the collective yet, Magnetic. You haven't missed anything. One love to you as well, dear. Discord isn't my favorite. I get it. I mean, here's the thing. It grows on you. Okay. I know. You got to give it a chance. Okay. This is the new moon. Honestly, I should have said that. This is the new moon of acquired tastes. It really is. It's the new moon of acquired tastes is what we've been, that's the best way to describe this energy right now. Mick, we have a Discord for subscribers. So if you become a subscriber, you have access to our subscriber only Discord. So yes. Nancy, can I give a warning about tarot readers and to be careful? We always encourage everyone to be careful, Nancy. So, again, so long as you're not trying to create fear in the chat, we always are open to open communication. So, oh, thank you, Mick. We do our best here. All right, my friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. In the next few minutes, a couple of updates before we begin. First and foremost, and thank you, Dada, for liking the live. Always so good to see you, dear. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who joined us recently for our class on the Hangman card. Our next class, oh, Nancy, Again, that's not, listen, I mean, I want to just describe that. Again, you won't find any of that here. Absolutely. And again, I am sad that you had to experience something like that. And I hope you find a healthy environment here. I'm glad that, listen, I'll tell you right now, I'm glad that the experience did not turn you bitter against the practice. And I hope that anything that you find here helps you heal from that experience. Yes, we are nice. We are nice. Exactly, Per. That said, a couple of updates. Thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. First and foremost, thank you, my day. Right back at you. First and foremost, I want to thank you guys so much for who was part of our class on the Hangman card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies on the tarot with a focus on the death card. It's not that scary, I promise, okay? We're going to study the history of the card. We're going to talk about the symbology of the card. I'm going to work you through spread applications, so how you can read it in any direction that it may appear to you in your own readings. I'm also going to show you a unique spread that helps you channel the messages of the death card into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly Substack subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you updates on everything that we've studied thus far, but now is actually a really great time to join if you wanted to catch up, because you've got 9 hours worth of material there. That's like 3 classes a week that you could bone up on before we have our next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we are learning or currently studied. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I try to do in these classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your profound experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you a brief update on what we've been experiencing in the cards week by week. And also, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the dream interpretation reading series, make sure that you start keeping a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, and I will utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list For today, the list is open. You will be the first person read for. Also, the first person on the list each day always receives an additional card in their reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here dream interpretations, past life readings, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings. And if you want to see the full list of offerings on terms of the readings you can receive, you can find them over on my tree that has links in it in my bio. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. But again, thank you guys so much for being here. Good to see you today, Dada. Thank you for sharing the live. Yes, I do, Mo. Thank you guys. Nope, no negativity here. Absolutely not. You can stay as long as you're nice. I'm open to it. It taught me not to trust anyone, but thank you for letting me say it. I'll tell you right now, Nancy, listen, remember, trust is never the failure point. It's never the wrong choice to trust. It's always it's just a discernment issue. Don't let someone else ruin your ability to trust others. Okay? I want you to remember that as you continue forward. And I hope this helps you heal as well. Yes, absolutely. Safe space, tap to claim. And thank you for the follow. Cheryl, thank you for the follow as well. And Herringbone, thank you for the follow. Thank you for those hearts, dear. Kind, not nice. I like that. Exactly. We're kind. We're not nice. Lucy, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew as well. As I mentioned, friends, we're about to get started on today's Daily Collective Read. We are doing 2 different contests right now. Okay? First contest we are doing is we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we are doing right now is we will be giving a free reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective Read. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 7.7K likes. So thank you guys so much. Also, when you tap the screen, it pushes this live out to those who have not received it before. So thank you so much for helping us spread this message. You have a great day as well, Dwayne. Thank you so much. It helps if I've got my mic on, though, right? I should probably do that. Where'd my mic go? Microphone. Hold on a minute. It's one of those days. Where'd it go? And I'm sitting on it. That makes sense. I'm sitting on it. I found it. All right, there we go. Let's turn this on so we make sure we've got the podcast happening. All right, why don't we get to it? And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Hi there, Haley. So good to see you today. I'm excited about the collective too. We've got this new moon in Taurus energy. It's heavy. I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad. I like it. Yes, I know. I've been trying. You're so welcome, Nancy. And thank you. And all right, that said, friends, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? All right, one moment. Just bear with me. There we go. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Happy Sunday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for Sunday, April 27th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today is Page of Swords in combination with the Death card in its reversal. That makes a lot of sense for what we've been sensing that's happening right now. You know, I gotta say, there's something really beautiful about this particular new moon in Taurus. And the reason I'm going to talk about that is, and we got to talk a little bit here. We got to talk a little bit about working through the context of change, because here's the thing, and I always point this out with like a lot of lovingness towards Taurus that have to go through this. Taurus have a very difficult relationship with change, because and the best way I like to describe Taurus energy when it comes to change is I always picture Garth from Wayne's World. You know, like that scene where like someone comes up to Garth and like tries to talk to him about like something that's happening, some change that's going to occur, and Garth has got like a clock and he just starts hitting the clock, and then he looks at the person and goes, "We fear change," right? It's a lot of that it's a lot of that type of energy. And what's interesting about it is we see this a lot. We see this a lot with those who have to work through Taurus lessons, because Taurus often, and this is what's beautiful about it, because we've also seen that there's a lot of this that happens, and it's interesting because it has to do with Mercury energy. Um, the lesson that we see and is the fact that change can bring about comfort that we haven't even recognized or identified. But there is a paradox of comfort that we often navigate, which is when we're feeling energetically comfortable. The only way we can find out if there's a deeper level of comfort that we can reach on something is if we get pushed out of our comfort zone. Okay, like we have to push our own like envelopes to a certain extent. And this is why I just want to point out, this is why Mercury retrogrades are actually like here to help us, because again, the whole point of a Mercury retrograde is not just to break everything. It helps us recognize the difference between a groove and a rut, right? Because sometimes when the only time you understand that comfortability point is if you return back into it, right? A groove is effectively something that you could do forever, right? It's something that you're like, I love this song, right? It's a lot of that feeling that you build as it relates to comfortability, right? But a rut, what's a rut? A rut is something that feels like it's stagnant. It feels energetically heavy. It feels like it bogs us down. It feels like it's like the weight that we build into in that context. And so we identify that there's a lot, like I keep on hearing that there's something really important about this new moon in Taurus, because it feels like the heart opening that is a road opener. And what are we talking about with the heart opening that is a road opener? Because and we've talked a lot about this, when we identify and recognize what we're holding on to, right? It helps us understand the nature of the weight of what we carry. And sometimes sometimes that weight is something that is significant. It's something that is important. It is something that we understand the heaviness of something that we carry. And when we understand the nature of why something is energetically important, it becomes an honor to carry it, right? Like we carry it forward and we don't feel like it's a drag. We feel like it's I keep on hearing it's an honor to carry something of significance, right? Whereas often when we're holding on to something that feels like it's not energetically serving us, one of the ways we can identify that it's not serving us is if we start feeling bitter under its weight, right? Because a lot of that bitterness, I keep on, like the message that was coming through yesterday that was really beautiful is trauma is not conditional, right? The things that happen to us, there's a certain limitation to what it is that we can navigate through. Bitterness is the energetic choice in relationality to how we carry something, right? Because bitterness is the choice of carrying trauma in a way that it hurts you every day, like more and more. And so I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of I feel like there's like a lot of this work that's happening with this new moon in trying to release bitterness, because it's the understanding that the bitterness doesn't fix anything. It just hurts the self in the process. And this is having a different impact depending upon where one is on the frequency cycles. But I feel like that's an overarching theme that's happening right now with a lot of that new moon, like this new moon in Taurus energy. Now, center card for the today's spread before we start digging into how it's impacting each of the energies within the frequencies. You know, And this is what we keep on, and like the thing is about it, and I keep on seeing like the thing, and I want to describe this. Like when we talk about I keep on hearing the heart opening that's a road opening, is it talks about the level or degree of compassion, right? And when we're building into that space of possibility, I almost see that there's a limitation point that's reached in relationality to how one feels about the self, right? There's a lot of this, like I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this growth that's happening right now on the internal journey right now. There's a lot of that definition of registering and recognizing, like I keep on seeing the difference between um, the exquisite insistence, something that we hold onto because it helps us understand and see ourselves more clearly, versus those situations or circumstances that we feel that we're holding on to something that is just hurting us. Now, this is why I saw coming out of some of that eclipse cycle, there may have been a lot of closing out of energetic cycles, particularly in relationality to relationships, where it felt like the reason something was going forward was because another person kept on feeling it was conditional on seeing perfection within it. This is why I keep on getting that there's this like deep desire right now to move into a space of authenticity, because for a lot of the energy and separation, recognizing that perfection is never found, right? Perfection is a cardinal direction. Perfection is something that we strive for. It's something that we reach for, but it's also something that, like, again, often another will identify as the reason why another person doesn't desire to go forward. This is why I see that a lot of the energy right now in separation is embodying that magician energy, because this is the energy that says to themselves as they do so that they're no longer holding that aspect of perfection outside of the self, right? Because when we start to release the illusion of rejection, right? And when we honor our own journey, when we are intentional in who we are, then we understand that we're not for everybody. We understand that not everybody might be like in the alignment or in accordance with what they find there. But this is what's beautiful about that. And this is why you often see those in spiritual journeys that talk about non-attachment. It's not about non-attachment. It's just not caring what other people think about you. So it's not about non-attachment. It's about like saying respectfully, your opinion as it relates to my energy is not my business. Right? Like that's what we mean by non-attachment. You stop worrying so much about others putting that energetic judgment on the self, because you're carrying that within the self. You're moving in alignment with one's own sense of understanding. So I just keep on seeing that, like, a lot of that I keep on hearing, like, this feels like a very recalibrating full moon, like new moon. It almost feels like a new moon, because it's like the recalibration point is understanding and coming into the space of appreciating and honoring the self and what it takes to be intentional. And when we build into that, and I keep on hearing that this is why I see a lot of this like energy right now in separation, kind of being in this like what you see is what you get kind of mentality as it relates to partnership, because that's not the energy that's working. That's the energy that isn't saying to one another, I refuse to change. This is the energy that says, I'm always changing, right? I'm always changing in accordance with what I feel is in alignment, that's in alignment to the self, right? But that's the energy that says to one another that's the ability that understands the difference between being able to take a note, right? The ability to take something that is energetically important, right? That constructive criticism that allows one to move into the pathwork of the deeper understanding of the self, versus those energetic situations where another person is trying to like move you into something that you feel like you're not, right? It's like working in that context of uncomfortability. So I just keep on seeing that there's something about this process that's happening for the energy and separation. And I keep on seeing the energy. And I was laughing about this yesterday because this is the thing that's funny about it. If this is the energy that's going, I'm going into my villain era, and the higher self is like, how are you going into your villain era? And the energy is going, I don't care what people think about me. And the higher self is like, like it's not that's not a negative thing. Like that's not a negative thing. That's the ability to be appreciative of oneself, right? But it's that I keep on seeing, like, it's that energetic shedding of others' expectations that often feels like, and I keep on hearing the energy and separation has gotten the ick of trying to meet energetic standards outside of the self that don't feel like they move one towards oneself. Now, for the energy coming into divine union right now, these are those chariot partnerships that we saw that were occurring. Yeah, we've got here the Empress in its reversal in combination with our Five of Swords in its upright. This is a little bit rough right now. Why are we seeing? Why are we seeing that for some of the energy coming into divine union? Some of this energy right now, this is a little bit rough because I'm telling you, we talked a little bit about this in the last few days of reading. A lot of this energy is finally the chariot partnerships are feeling the gift of being in a relationship that creates enough of a solid foundation to be able to go on the journey inwards. And often, when we're carrying trauma, that we don't even realize we're carrying, right? I keep on getting the message, you can't bandage something on the battlefield. This is what we talk about with the fact that sometimes we are holding on to trauma that we didn't even know was there, because those moments or those experiences where we finally feel the security of a healthy partnership and we start to get into that heart opening, what are the first things that spill out? Pain, right? Hurt, like the things we've been carrying inside of us that we didn't even know were there. Like those are often the first things that spill out. So I almost feel like there's a little bit of this energy that is navigating the deepened intimacy of being in a space of safety that can sometimes feel triggering, because it's in that moment of being triggered that you're able to recognize just how much you've experienced or just how much you've energetically gone through, right? It can be, I keep on hearing, it can be very like it's a lot of that, like, I want to say it's giving me a lot of energy, like, I want to it feels like almost like flashbacks. It feels a bit like it's like the like it's the stress that you've been carrying that you didn't even know that you were carrying to a certain extent. Well, for masculine, the stress of distress that you could not express until you were in a sanctuary that allowed it safe to be able to articulate upon it. While for masculine, and it's like, "Ooh," like it's giving me, like there's gonna be a lot of that, like, ooh, it's giving me a lot of that. Um, like it's giving me a lot of like, what was that kind of thing? Like shaking it out kind of energy. While for masculine and feminine, deep within divine union right now, this is this is like for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now. Um, this is there's heaviness here. There's heaviness because, and I keep on seeing, and we like here's the thing about it: when you're working towards manifestations, um, it requires vulnerability. It requires the ability to articulate upon the things that have meaning. And that's why I keep on seeing that this feels like a very bittersweet new moon. Because a lot of that, I want to say, like a lot of that bittersweetness to a certain extent is like working on what is possible to change within the self versus working in the context of understanding. I keep on hearing like the ability to, like it's working through, like I want to hear like the ability to agree to disagree, like working through the difference between the adaptability of being able to be energetically open versus working through those moments or modalities of rigidness. So, and that's why you'll remember over the last few days, we've had a lot of those conversations between the identification of trying to move something in a direction that feels like it's energetically positive versus identifying when we're being too energetically stubborn upon something. And it's the conversation between the higher self that says, I'm always willing to sit down and explain why something has energetic meaning, right? Versus those moments that we often encounter in ourselves that say, no, because I want it to be that way, right? Which can often be those indications of something that we know is something that we're working through in the space of the ego. But there's a lot of this, like I keep on seeing, there's like a lot of this tenderness here, or potentially between counterparts talking about things that are sore subjects, right? But again, when you're able to build into the context of healing, you talk, you're able, I keep on hearing, when you're willing to heal, you're willing to navigate soreness, because soreness is moving something in the directionality that you aspire something to be, right? Like it is the flexibility that you find there that allows for the capability to change something. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Swords and its reversal in combination with our Death card in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. There it is, clarification coming through right now with the Four of Cups in its reversal. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised to see this card today because we've had a lot of heavy four energy coming through. And yesterday we ended the reading with that like Four of Swords. And that Four of Swords is some like heavy stuff. You know, like that Four of Swords is like, it's like it's working in the context of density. But and that's what I keep on seeing. Like the difference, I keep on hearing the difference between being energetically like, and this is how the Leo Mars, this is how Leo in Mars and Leo is helping us right now. Because, you know, when you're able, and I want to describe this, like when you're able to work through um the context of the difference between what you hope for versus what you find, it allows for those points of adaptability. It allows for that space to be able to refine the meaning upon something, right? And so I just keep on seeing that there's something about um, there's something about this energy that we're experiencing right now that allows for the context of exquisitely defining something that is energetically important to you. So they're saying like it's about like the refining of a manifestation goal, right? And often in those contexts of doing so, I keep on seeing that this is the like this is the energy that we work through as it relates to um like I keep on hearing the difference between I wanted to we talk a lot about this here. You know, healthy manifestation is not such that you force something to be something that it is not, right? We move towards moving towards a space of energetically healing as it relates to something that feels right. But that's why I see that there's a lot of those conversations, particularly for energy deep within divine union, because it's giving me a lot of that energy that almost articulates. It's saying to me like silk to steel lessons, which talks about the fact that one can always, and this has to do with the fact that the Taurus energy works through majesty, which is when you're trying to move something in accordance with the direction that you hope something moves towards, you do so with a courtesy, right? You don't force, you can't, I keep on hearing, you can't force majesty into a circumstance or situation, because when you try to force majesty, everything goes awry. Majesty is something that you create via the way that you navigate one's own sense of self, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's something about operating in the context of the higher self that is energetically majestic, because when you do so, you always allow yourself the ability to have a conditionality where something can change, but you're not yielding who you are for the sake of changing something, right? And that's what I keep on seeing here, that is very like, that's what I meant about some of this like intensity that we're experiencing right now. And that's why I saw even now there's like conversations occurring. And I'm not surprised with all of this energy that we saw with the warrior partnerships deep within divine union, which is the definition of majestic is one that doesn't feel like you have to move away from the alignment of the self or the ego in the process. Because we talk about here that the ego isn't something that we shed entirely, that having a healthy relationship with the ego is being able to be in a space of an ego that you're energetically proud of, right? It's the awareness of the self to a certain degree. Now that brings us to the energy coming into divine union. For a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of this, like, like I almost feel like there's some energy that is, I told you, they're going into high priestess. They're exploring the self in the way that they haven't before. They're thinking about things. And this is why sometimes we have this strange, they're saying sometimes we have this strange occurrence that happens that when we move into a point of stability, we suddenly feel like we're in a state of crisis. Why do we feel like we're in a state of crisis? Because often the moment that we come into a stabilization point, all of the anxiety and trepidation that we were carrying feels like it's finally safe to express itself. And so I see that there's a lot of this energy right now in coming into divine union that's going through the heart opening, but the first thing that comes out is the pain of what it is that you're carrying. And I keep on hearing this energy say finally, and the reason they're saying finally is because finally it's safe to feel it, right? Finally it's safe to heal it, because you can't heal something until you're in a place that it's safe to do so. While for a lot of this energy and separation right now, combination between our death card in its reversal and our four of swords in its reversal. Yeah, the thing about it, and I'm sorry, the reason I keep on kind of like laughing a bit when I'm reading for the energy and separation right now is simply because there's a little bit, I keep on reading, there's a little bit of this like never again modality that's occurring right now in separation, which is like, I almost hear it's like the song of the self that's a riot song, is what I keep on hearing. It's like the song of the self that is a riot song, because this is the energy that says, I'm done pretending, right? Because this is the energy that's almost articulating and saying the healthy energetic relationship won't be one that I feel like I have to perform the act of the self. I don't have to feel like I'm performing the space of what another person aspires me to be, but being able to be in one's own authenticity, which is not the energy that says that they're not trying to perfect the self, but they're not allowing, like, that's why I see that a lot of this energy is like, there's a messiness here, is what I keep on seeing. There's a lot of this like hashing it out, everything on the table. Like there's almost like a little bit of this like worst part first thing that's happening for some of these energies in separation. Because this is like, I told you, like there's a little bit of this energy that's coming into this like take it or leave it apart, like approach for relationships, because they've had it. But it's in the minute that they have it that the higher self goes, they finally got it. Right? It's like the energy. It's like the minute that I told you, sometimes you move towards manifestations, you get the ick, right? You get the ick for something. So the energy is like, I've had it trying to be something I'm not. And the higher self goes, oh, thank goodness. Continuing the clarification between our Four of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Empress card in its reversal. And this is having different impact right now on masculine and feminine energy. One card to clarify. There it is. There's that 10 of Pentacles. It's when this is when people stop being polite and they start being real. Like it's like and that's why, and that's the only reason I'm laughing about this here, because this is the energy that in the moment that they stop being polite, because this is what the higher self is saying. They were saying, who are you being polite for? Right? This is why the higher self is laughing at that, because it's like when we come into that space when we're trying to be energetically polite, right? It's like that moment that says, what did you think about you? What did you think like the higher self says, if everything about you is a gift, what part of you were you so worried that another person would see that they would judge you so heavily on, right? And that's why I keep on hearing that there's a lot of this energy that's like, like it's giving, like I'm telling you, it's like magician to ragamuffin, right? It's like the energy that's like working in that context. And then in that moment, I keep on hearing this energy that's like building into the context saying it's a relief to talk to someone who is energetically real. Like it's almost like I keep on seeing that this, and I think it's funny because I almost feel like this energy is like intentionally trying to push each other away from like trying to push energy away from them. But in the moment that they're trying to push energy away from them by being their authenticity, and they encounter that beautiful moment that another person just likes them exactly, like they're like, I love this. Like this is the energy that suddenly goes, what? Right? Because it's the forgiveness of being the authentic self that is found in the moment that we get sick of living up to others' energetic expectations, right? It's the energy that's finally giving someone an opportunity to love them there, while continuing to get clarification between our Empress energy in combination with our Five of Swords in its upright. Oh, one card to clarify, please. There's the, oh, I love it. We love a devil card and its reversal here, right? I told you the funny thing about like, and I'm gonna like, so, and this is why, like this is why so much of this energy right now, just talking into the energy coming into divine union. So I'll start with the energy and separation again. like that is like, that's what I keep on hearing the higher self saying to the energy and separation, when the energy is like, I'm not, forget it, I'm just going to be myself. And the high and the higher self's like, why is that a bad thing? Like, because it is the reminder, right? And this is it, when we let go of the illusion of rejection, right? When we let go of the sense of fearing that another person will encounter us in their authenticity and not like it, like that's the gift. Because why would you want to, and like this is what the higher self says, why would you want to be in an energetic connection with someone who has a distaste for your authenticity? Why would you want to be in an energetic connection with someone that has a distaste for your authenticity? This is why the rejection is the energetic illusion. Because when we're in our authenticity, and that doesn't mean that we're perfect, but we're energetically proud of who we are, we're proud of the work that we've done on ourselves, and another person has distaste for it. This is what we talk about when we talk about, you know, like not building, and it's not about not caring, right? It's about being good, right? And this is, I told you, the beauty of some of that Mercury Venus retrograde, which was the grit on the mirror of the self, right? Like when we feel that others cast that to us, but we're good with ourselves, we don't agonize over it. We use it to like help clarify something for ourselves. We take it into consideration, but we don't overly correct for another person's opinion of us. Because when we are building into the context of being appreciative for ourselves, it's like it's the energy that says that we don't seek that outside the self, we find it within, and we love ourselves in the context of that journey. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about these new energetic connections that are forming at this time that feel very refreshing, because it's the energy that sees someone who's gone through the hard work of appreciating, of building into that intentionality, right? And in the moment that you find that forgiveness for the self, that is the forgiveness for the self that extends to all those around you. Now, for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union right now, this is why this feels like a very emotionally tumultuous time, because this is the energy that's finally reached a point of balance in their own partnership, right? That chariot energy finding the stabilization of reliability and counterpart. And when we build that sense of conscientiousness, that firm ground where we don't need to worry or agonize all the time on building into the sense of creating stability and partnership, it allows us to go inside the self. But often when we go inside the self, the first thing we find there is all of the pain that we've been carrying, right? It can often be like, this is why sometimes we find balance and the first thing we encounter on the journey within the self is agony, right? Because clarification between our 4 of Cups and our 7 of Swords, it's the point of energetic, sometimes at the moment that you reach into the arrival point of the healthy relationship, you suddenly realize how jagged the departure was and everything that you were enduring before that moment, right? It's the context of, I mean, again, I'm telling you this, Jupiter and Gemini energies, like Jupiter and and Gemini keeps on reminding us, right? Like the overwhelming, like the overwhelm of experiencing something that you didn't know you were missing until you found it is often where you suddenly recognize where the grief was springing from. So that's why we keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy there, like working through a lot of that trauma that they didn't even know that they were carrying. While for a lot of this energy deep within divine union, clarification between our 7 of Swords in combination with our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal, we've got here our 4 of Pentacles in its upright. This is the Temperance energy. And I like to point this out. I love we love a Temperance card here. Because the Temperance card, and I like to point this out, and we're going to talk about it a bit when we go into the study of the Temperance card, is, when you want to move something in the direction that you hope, you dip your toe in it, right? You take the temperature, right? And this is why we say, like, it's oh my God. The first, sorry, I'm just laughing because so the first thing that so the first thing that happens, okay, the first thing that happens when we're trying to heal something is we take the temperature, because we take the temperature to see if another person wants to heal something. Because the only way, we talk about this here, even if your intentions are well, you can't heal something unless another person is in the same modality of wanting to heal it. This is why you take the temperature by extending the olive branch, because when you extend the olive branch, you take the temperature in relationality to how another person receives it. And that is effectively the identification point of the Temperance energy in relationality to another person's adaptability to try to fix something. And that's why I see that for a lot of the energy right now, the counterparts working in that context, if they're experiencing anything that feels like a discordant note, this is the energy that feels the gift of the true mirror of counterpart that is able to say to one another, because you're in that clarity of the gift that you give each other and acting as clear mirrors. Is it me? Am I doing something that's affecting the temperature, or is this something I'm experiencing outside of the self? And it's that clarity that comes through as it relates to the healthy partnership. This is why it's so important in partnership to build in the context of not having too big an ego, because we've talked about this here. The problem with having too big an ego is nobody tells you when you're moving in the wrong direction, right? Because clarification between our 10 of Pentacles in combination with our Devil card in its reversal, the gift of being, this has been an overarching theme over the last few days. If you've been joining us, the gift of being kind is often not, is the difference between kind and nice, right? And what is the difference? What is the difference between kind and nice? We've talked a lot about this here. When we're energetically kind, we work in the context, and this is why I keep on hearing that this is the vow. Like, this is the vow that the energy deep within divine union is articulating to each other, which is always to be kind, even if it's not energetically nice. Because when you are being energetically kind, right, you say, I will always give you the truth in a way that I will try to help you, even if that truth is something that is heavy to bear, right? That is the energy that says, I will energetically bear it with you. Because that ability of being energetically kind is one that, again, welcome to the Taurus energy, working in the majestic space is one that allows for that adaptability. But when we're building into, and this is why it's so important that we heal the wounds of the ego, because often the problem with having a big ego is that others do not feel the ability to talk to you, right? Because when your ego is too big and you're not in a space that you can bear kindness, you take everything protectively, like you don't want to hear anything, right? Because the ego is always working in that sense of protecting the self. Often having too big an ego creates a force field where you don't get to hear anything energetically true. You just have others who pad it because they don't want to upset you, right? So it's like it creates like it's like the earmuff energy because you can't hear anything. And then the energy around you works like circumnavigates you instead of building with the context of working with you. So that's why I keep on hearing that there's something so beautiful about the delicacy of those conversations that are happening for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, because this is the energy that builds into the heart. This is why it's warrior energy, because building in the heart of partnership that says the kindness is such that even if you're doing something that isn't in alignment, that we can work through it energetically together, right? And that's why I see this energy that's saying, don't go easy on me. The energy saying to one another, I promise never to go easy on you on that journey, right? Like, give it to me straight. Like, this is the energy saying this to one another deep within divine union, which goes, give it to me straight, doc. Like, give it to me straight. While for masculine and feminine energy, that is like coming into divine union, this is a lot of that energy that is going, like this is a lot of trauma release right now. And I would not be surprised if there's a lot of energy right now that is coming into divine union and is saying, why am I crying? Where's all this coming from? Because I keep on seeing that I keep on hearing, once we reach a stable environment, it unlocks trauma, right? When the body suddenly realizes and goes, we're safe now. There it all goes. Like we're safe now. Often that's when like finally the energy has the ability to let you express the things that you've been holding on to. All of that stress, it can sometimes feel very overwhelming in that moment because you're like, I didn't even know I was holding on to that. I didn't know. I felt like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the floodgates that open, because like that is the energy that suddenly has finally reached that context of stability that makes them recognize the unsafety they were feeling every moment prior to entering that level of stability. While for masculine and feminine energy, but even here, I see a lot of that energy. Like, again, it's the energy going, it's okay. It's a good release. The energy's going, it needed to, it feels, I keep on hearing the difference between a breakthrough is often found in the arms that hold you as you navigate something that would previously feel like a breakdown. The wings that carry one through something when you're able to finally articulate upon something, right? So I feel like there's a lot of that kind of energy right now. While for masculine and feminine energy in separation, I'm just going to keep on laughing as we keep on going through a lot of this like magician energy and separation. Because it's just more of what I'm seeing, clarification between the 8 of Cups in its reversal and the 4 of Pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with, there it is, our Ace of Wands in its reversal. I keep on just seeing, I just keep on seeing there's a lot of energy in separation that is saying to each other respectfully, your feelings about me are not my responsibility, right? And because we talk about this here, because when like that's the gift, that's a gift, right? That is not caring, but it's understanding that when we're energetically good with ourselves, right? Like, look, you might meet me and you might absolutely hate me. I might just like trigger the heck out of you. But that's the thing. If I can't go in there and I can't change that, if there's nothing I'm doing except being in my vulnerability and being myself, if I'm not doing anything like intentionally to you, you know what I mean? Like if that's a note that you could give me and we can work on it. But if we're in our authenticity and another person is bothered by that, then we don't take it personally. We just kind of embody and accept the circumstances being as they are, because then I didn't need to tell you why. Because when we're in a space of deep healing and another person triggers us, we ask ourselves one thing: why does that bother me? Right? And when we're doing that deeper investigation, there's either one of two answers. If there's something that another does that bothers us and it's coming from the higher self goes, "Oh, let's sit down, let's talk about it. Let's figure out what that is. I'm happy to tell you what something is there that's upsetting." Versus often those moments where it's the ego, right? And the ego goes, "I don't want to talk about it," right? And when we're not in a space, and this is what happens, and this is why, again, we understand that we're all effectively mirrors to each other. Because that moment where another person is feeling that, that upsetness, right? This is the energy that says the only emotion within another person that is our responsibility is confusion. Because confusion, when articulated properly, can always have the responsibility of clarity being brought forth. Right. So this is why I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy is moving from that space of authenticity, because this is the energy that says, if you meet me in my intentionality and it's not for you, that's okay. You're not for everybody. When we're in exquisite energy, we are not everyone's cup of tea because we're specialties, right? We don't take it personally because we don't hold our determination of our worth based on what another person thinks about us, right? It's more about how we think, like it's about the condition of understanding the ability to love the self. Thank you. Thank you, Mercury retrograde and Venus retrograde, like putting us all through the tumble dry process. And that's why I keep on seeing that there's a little bit, like I keep on hearing, like there's energy right now. And this is what I meant about that Taurus new moon pushing through. Like this is the energy that says the only way I can find the energy for me is by embodying my authenticity. And the way and the song you will hear when you're embodying your authenticity is, "You're not really for me." The song you will hear when you are embodying your authenticity is, "You're not really for me." And we're not upset. We're not upset when we hear that. We're not upset when we experience that, because we just accept that that's the circumstance by which we find one another. And so I feel like there's something very beautiful, I think, that's happening right now for a lot of the energy in separation, because it's the energy that is finding that bravery to put themselves forward, but recognizing the bravery isn't trying to get someone to energetically like them. It's just not taking it too personally if they don't, right? Continuing to get clarification because why? The energy's saying your feelings about me, if I'm moving intentionally, are not my responsibility. And that's a gift. Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Pentacles in combination with our Six of Pentacles and its upright. One card to clarify. Clarification coming through right now. Boom! Look at that energy here. This is the Tower, man. This, like, here's the thing. And I mean, here's, like, it's not a negative tower, right? It's not a negative tower. I know you guys see this card and I know you start quaking in your boots, but it's not about the sense of what comes down, but working through what we're trying to intentionally move out of the way of ourselves, right? And here's the thing about it, like when you're working on the self to a certain extent, you realize you're not energetically perfect. And that's the energy that I keep on seeing, is working on the space of understanding the adaptation point of I keep on seeing the good note versus the unnecessary note, right? And how can you usually tell a good note? You did something and it didn't really sit well with me. Well, that's something positive. That's something that can be talked about, right? The experience of being able to work through something that allows for that adaptability of changing, right? So I keep on hearing, like, a lot of these energies in separation, they're finding this, like, I always hear this energy saying, like, bad part first, like talking through, like, whatever it is that's uncomfortable, like almost like trying to out mortify each other is almost what I'm seeing for some of these, like, new relationships that are happening here, because this is the energy that, like, in the process of doing this, and I got to tell you, the reason I'm seeing this is there's a lot of this energy that is in separation, that is healing from relationships. I told you that whim energy, or that relationship where someone only comes to you to be energetically inspired. And often what happens when someone's trying to come to you and be energetically inspired and you try to move into your authenticity and they just pull away because they go, that's not very dream of you. And this is the energy that says everything about me is the energetic dream. I don't exist in the space of fulfilling another's dream. This is the context of what it is to be in that space. And I keep on hearing the funny thing is, even though it's in magician energy, it's an illusion-free zone. That's why it's in a magician energy, because it's an illusion-free zone. Like it's just it's antithetical to that. It's the energy that says I'm not trying to build into the context of the energetic, like of being another person's energetic dream. This is what it looks like to be able to build together. And this is why, again, if these are energies of healing from relationships where another person kept on trying to be like, well, I'm not moving towards you because you're not perfect yet. This is the energy that's healing by saying, I'm perfect just the way I am. Perfect is not something that you hold above another person's head to try to get them to move in a way that you feel is aspirational. Perfect is something that we make together. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy that is like working in that context, because it's the energy that almost feels like they're eager to disappoint one another. And that's why they never will. Right? Because they're not trying. They're like, it's like the energy that's almost like, again, I told you, it's like they're putting everything on the table and then they're clearing the table at the same time, because it's the energy that says, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I keep on hearing they come together and they say, I'm sorry to disappoint you. And that's why they never will, because that is the energy that sees someone leading with a feeling of saying, I'm sorry if something about me is going to disappoint you. And someone says, everything that you're showing me seems beautiful. Who made you feel like that was something that would be an energetic disappointment? While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, this is why I feel like something about this heart opening right now is very energetically emotional. There's a lot, I feel like for a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, I can hear this energy going, why am I feeling so emotional about something that happened so long ago? And the energetic body, the etheric and spiritual body saying, because this is the first time you're feeling safe enough to express it, right? Like often we don't realize how much we're carrying until, this is why sometimes we heal from trauma, not to make room for more trauma, but to be able to navigate the joy. Because often when we come into the space of joy, finally the trauma feels like it's safe to express itself. So I can see a lot of this energy like working through this context of like emotionally releasing something in a certain way, but almost in that space of saying it feels good. It's like, it doesn't even feel good to get it off the chest. It's just the energy that says, I didn't realize I've been carrying that for so long, right? While for masculine and feminine energy deep within divine union, this is, I know it's going to sound wild, but these two cards to a certain extent are temperance energy. Because temperance energy isn't about, temperance energy is not about compassion in all things. Compassion in all things is a lack of caring, right? The space of being energetically flexible. And this is beautiful because we've been having a lot of that message that says that when we're energetic compassionate, we turn the other cheek, but then we continue moving in our own direction, right? That the compassion does not require us to lower our energetic standards for the sake of compassion, but we honor ourselves by doing what we energetically can. And that's why we move into the space of not insisting, right? Because we recognize and identify what we find there. And sometimes it's uplifting, right? Sometimes it's energetically supportive. Sometimes we feel that viability of saying, yes, something can change. Something is adaptable, right? Something can heal versus, sometimes it can't. Sometimes it's just more of the energetic same. And we feel that moment and it can feel, and I keep on hearing, disappointed, but not devastated, right? And I feel like that has a lot to do with the fact that we see Saturn and Venus moving into Aries together right now. They're like almost on top of each other because Saturn and Venus almost reminds us that healing, like I keep on healing is not linear, right? And this is why when you're on a spiritual path, you're very patient upon things, because you understand that everything can change in time. And sometimes those moments you look at and you say, that needs more time. Maybe that day will never come. But I keep on hearing that the beautiful thing about that is when you're like, it's the context of never feeling like one is waiting, right? You're actively working. It's not being in a space of being in the space of working on the self is, and I keep on hearing this, it has to do with like the sacred breath of partnership, which is the adaptability, the changes that we make for one another that's met with progress, that allows for that extension of continuing forward. And that's why I see that that's the energy that always holds that sense of compassion in terms of recognizing that another person can change, but not holding their breath about it. Right? You don't hold your breath. You continue forward, right? And you find, and I keep on hearing, because peace is made, it's never found. And so this is a lot of the energy that continues to work in that way, because this is the energy that says to themselves, am I moving in accordance with the peace that I'm trying to make? And that's the energy that says it's not conditional in terms of what you find around the self. It's something that you energetically embody. And that's why I keep on hearing that the counterparts are having those hard conversations with the self. Because sometimes when we hit that pathwork of resistance, we say to one another, is this something that I can change within, or is this something that I'm experiencing without? And the promise that I see of the counterparts is when we build into a place where we're able to navigate criticism, right? This is why we heal our ego. When we're in the space where we can have someone tell us something that is important, it allows for that adaptability to change something within the self, right? And I keep on hearing that that's the energy. Like, this is beautiful. Like, this is the energy of temperance within divine union that says to one another, for you, I work hard. Like, for you, I do that work. For you, I always want you to give it to me straight, because that is the energy of the counterpart that says, you are my clear mirror. So that ability of giving me something straight helps me see something within myself that I could not see. It is the promise when we have each other's backs. The way we truly have each other's backs is by always helping to recognize each other's blind spots. I'm going to say that again because that's important. The healthy relationship is always one that you can have a hard conversation where someone can talk to you, because in that space, someone feels the gift of being able to show you an energetic blind spot. And by showing each other an energetic blind spot, this is how we have one another's backs. Final card for today's spread, between our Ace of Wands in its reversal in combination with our Tower card in its upright. Final card for today. Boom! Man. I love the tarot, man. I just love it. Can we just take a moment? How great is the tarot? Here we are talking about the Temperance card, talking about the Temperance card, talking about the Temperance card. And the Temperance card is like, I was just waiting to have a nice grand entrance. I was just waiting. Who, me? Were you guys calling on me? So we have here, for those listening to the podcast, we just pulled out the Temperance card in its reversal. And that's what it's really beautiful, because it feels like a lot of this energy, like a lot of the work that we're doing right now in this Taurus new moon energy. And we're going to get back to that space of understanding, healing our relationship to change, which again, for us being in Taurus season and working through that is very difficult, because I know for those with Taurus placements, you get it, right? Change can be a very frustrating thing, because in order to work through the context of the adaptability of the self, right? Being able to work through the context of what it is that we're trying to, the change that we're trying to engender in the world around us requires the ability to move into uncomfortable places. Don't make a mistake. Healthy spirituality is not just what feels good all the time. Healthy spirituality is not just what makes you feel like you get a little pat on the head, right? That's not spirituality. That's often righteousness, right? Righteousness, like, look how special I am. No, healthy spirituality can be really difficult. because it's often the good spiritual journey is one that you go, I got a lot of work to do, right? I got a lot of work to do. But the reason that you've got a lot of work to do, the reason you can tell you're on a good spiritual journey, the song you will hear is I got a lot of work to do. Why? Because you know your assignment. It's an assignment. Okay? It's an assignment. And an assignment means there's always work to be done. And so when we're in that energetic space, we don't shy away from the work on the self. We don't look away from things that are ugly to see in ourselves, right? We turn towards them. We encounter those moments. We look towards them because in the space of doing so, we find ourselves there. We understand ourselves better, right? It's not about, and I keep on saying, like, that was a bit of the gift of that Mercury Venus retrograde in combination, the harsh light, if you will, right? That we don't shy away from. But it's often in that space that we do that work. And this is why this is having a different impact depending on where we find ourselves on the frequency cycles. This is why I keep on getting the fact that the energy in separation right now is in magician energy, because the energy, what is the magician energy saying? In separation, no illusions. No illusions, you know, no illusions, because this is the energy that says, if I'm good, and this is the energy that says, I do the work to understand the self. And if you've got a note for me that's something you think can help me move better towards that's great. But I'm not going to overly invest in trying to change your opinion on how you're navigating the energy that you're encountering, because this is the energy that says, I'm proud. Everything you see here is intentional, right? And that's why I see that a lot. I keep on seeing that this energy is like coming towards each other and being like, I'm not trying. And then the person goes, you're amazing. Because they're like, because you're not trying. What happens when you stop trying? Who's going to say it? What happens when you stop trying? You start being, right? That's what's happening right now for a lot of that energy. That's the energy that's moved into it, because that's the energy that goes the minute I stop. And that's why the higher self's going, they stopped trying and they started being. And they allowed another to allow them to love them there. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, this is why this is the energy that's finally finding solid ground, opening up the heart space, and they're encountering all of the pain that they've been carrying. And that's why it's hard, because when you open that heart space, the first thing that comes out is often the pain. It can feel very emotional. And it's a lot of that. I can see a lot of that energy going, I didn't even realize I was carrying that. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was so emotional about that. And this is the energy that says, to one another, you're emotional about it, and you didn't know you were emotional about it because you finally feel safe to express it. So there's a moment that this feels like the deepening of an intense, intense intimacy, because this is the energy that recognizes that they're sharing things that they never could before because they feel that level of degree of safety. While for masculine and feminine energy deep within divine union, this is the temperance card, which I think is really amusing, because the temperance card says you can turn the other cheek, but you don't have to stick around to get slapped. That's actually what's like temperance says. Like temperance says, keep your chin up, which says you try to move in accordance with something, but then you say respectfully for another, like that limitation point of compassion is one that articulates and says to a certain extent that we always move something in accordance with what it is that we aspire it, but we don't lower our energetic standard to try to accommodate for it, right? It's like I keep on hearing it's perfect pitch kind of energy, which is like, why is it perfect pitch? Because perfect pitch is articulating the aspiration of where you hope something to go, trying to be receptive, but then also not trying to force things to be something that they're not, right? So there's a lot of that energy that is almost articulating the space. I keep on hearing extending the olive branch but not cutting down the tree is the temperance energy, because it says you move things in the direction that you hope them to go. You're patient that they might change, but you don't try to force that energetic progression. And that's why I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, working through an energetic hurdle and having that conversation and saying, give it to me straight. Is this something that I need to change in myself, or is this something I'm experiencing on the outside? This is the gift of the partner that says, I always promise to tell you to help you see an energetic blind spot if it's there. I'm not going to just try to work in the space of appeasing you. There's nothing worse than to be in a relationship where your partner feels that they're too afraid to tell you something, so instead just works to try to appease you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, there it is, right? The 10 of Cups in its reversal, because that's why we like, this is why the only way you can't stumble into a perfect relationship if you haven't done the work on yourself. If you haven't done the work on yourself, the relationship will not necessarily build into, like, we create the environment that surrounds us. And that ability, I keep on hearing the ability of taking a hard note. You know what I mean? The ability of working in this is why it's important that we heal from the false impression that perfection is something that we find and not something that we're moving towards. Because the irony is, when we are perfect, we feel like we are failing. When we are perfect, we are perfected when we reach for perfection. But when we feel we're perfect, we're probably really off of our path. Okay? Because perfect is never found. Perfect is never found. It's always reached for. We are perfected in the art of reaching towards perfection. And that's why I see that for a lot of the energy, like coming into divine union, I see this energy that says to one another, you're perfect. And the energy goes, I'm not perfect. And the energy goes, yes, you are. Because you're always reaching for it. You don't assume that you're sitting on it, right? It's something that perfect is not a seat. It's a stretch. It's what I keep on hearing. Perfect is not a seat. It's something you reach for. So I see that a lot of that energy says that work, and that's the energy that says to one another, I promise, as you're reaching for that, I will always energetically protect you, because that is the energy that says, by being kind instead of nice, right? That in that space of reaching, that is the safety or security of telling someone if they feel like they're moving too much off of their own pathwork, right? While for masculine, and I keep on hearing that's what it's temperance energy, because this is the energy that says, I will protect you as you reach. It's like they're holding the ladder for each other. For masculine and feminine energy, that is coming into divine union, right? A lot of that energy that's coming into divine union is saying to me, like, this is a lot of the energy that's going through a lot of emotional turmoil right now. And there's a little bit of confusion there, because it's the energy saying, I didn't even know I felt like this. But that's because when we reach certain levels of safety, suddenly all of this like trauma we've been carrying sometimes comes out of the woodwork, right? It's like I didn't even know I felt like that, because that's the energy saying, and this is the counterpart recognizing and saying, you never felt safe enough to express it, right? And that's why I keep on hearing the energy say, it's an honor to hold you as that comes free, because that's the energy that says that you feel safe enough to express it. While for masculine and feminine, that is in separation, I just keep on seeing this energy going, I'm tired of being nice. They were in fact wonderful. Like, I'm tired of being polite. They were actually the politest person on the planet, right? Because when the energy like, I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy in separation right now that's going, I'm going into my villain era, and being like, are you going into your villain era because you're just not, you're just letting yourself be, like, instead of trying to, like, is the energy, like, the higher self is going, it's just, okay, if that's what you need to tell yourself, like, the higher self's going, if that's what you need to tell yourself, if you need to tell yourself, I'm going into my villain era by not caring what other people think about me, the higher self is like, whatever you need to do, buddy, whatever you need to do. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing it with us. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Hangman card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Death card. It's not that spooky, I promise. You can join that class program. If you'd like to become a part of our class program, all you need to do is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church class program. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best in giving you an update on everything that we have studied thus far, but the material is there. And now is actually a great time if you'd like to become a part of the program, because if you wanted to catch up, you would have about, you'd have about 3 classes per week between now and then before our next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we are learning or currently studied. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage towards your tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes, you'll also have access to the full library of the Tarot Church, which is access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us on these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you updates on what we've been experiencing energetically week by week. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. I also want to let you guys know that I'm now very happy to offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase those per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the dream package, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Ruby. You got our highest gifter for today. And thank you so much, Bridget. You got second, so you will also have an additional card pulled in your reading, your subscriber reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, We are at 29.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. If you are joining us across any of the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. We do here dream interpretation, past life reading, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance readings, mediumship readings, pet readings, spirit guide readings, animal spirit guide readings, love readings. The only things we do not read for are pregnancy and medical. And if you'd like to see the full list of what we read for, you can find it on my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. All right, and good to see you. Hi there, V. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited you made it for the collective, Nancy. And you have a beautiful day, Dwayne. Good to see you, Haley. I know it's heavy, right? Yeah, I know it's not easy right now. Thank you, Ella. Oh, hold on a minute. Oh, and thank you, Bridget, for getting on the list with the baby dragon. You still had the baby dragon? I was looking. I couldn't find the baby dragon. The baby dragon is just like coming and going. I was looking at my gifts. I couldn't see it. I'm glad you still have it. So again, baby dragon or meteor shower will also get you on the list for a reading today. Deanna, thank you for the follow. Ella, what does it mean for a North Node in Taurus? Not being so hard on yourself. You know, the thing, a North Node in Taurus can be some rough stuff because it's like holding yourself to like a really hard standard if you're not working. So I want to say for someone with a North Node in Taurus right now, remember, rest is also a part of work. It's not the exception, it's a part of it. I'm a Taurus. What's wrong with Taurus? But hard-headed and stubborn. It's nothing. We're not saying that there's anything wrong with Taurus energy here, okay? We love all of the signs, but we work through the fact that all of the signs have different lessons that they have to work through. And the difficulty, thank you so much, Lucy, for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Bridget. One of the difficulties that is often difficult for Taurus energy is working in the space of comfort, finding a groove instead of feeling like one's in a rut. And a lot of that is identifying and understanding the sense of having to like work through discomfort that sometimes allows for a deeper level of comfort on the other side of it, right? It's like pushing the envelope, if you will. I crave a groove. Who doesn't crave a good groove, Ella? And Herringbone, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Morg. Thank you for the follow. Per, thank you for those laughs. So good to see you today. Thought Alchemist, thank you for the follow. You have a beautiful day, Dwayne. You've been having flashbacks. Thank you for confirmation, Ella. I'm telling you, it's that Saturn and Venus transiting into Aries right now. And thank you, Daydream, for the follow. Per, are you sure the wedding was Thursday and not today? Absolutely. It wasn't Thursday. It was on Friday. And Kimoy, thank you so much for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Lucy. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. And thank you, Barris, for the follow. V, not me being triggered to texting friends while I listen to the collective. Don't be triggered. Don't be triggered. Don't be triggered. Or talk about what's triggering you. Just talk about what's triggering you. I want to crash out. So Anna, take myself to the gym. Oh, it's okay, Nancy. Take your time on it. It's not the reading. I've been feeling this way. I know. I'm telling you, we've been going through a lot of this ever since, it's working through, like a lot of this is like new resolution energy. This is a great time for setting intentions for new resolutions. Adam, thank you for those dolphins. I know, right? It's not the reading, it's the energy. I need to be held back. Thank you guys for supporting each other. That's a good idea, to just work out the frustrations. Yeah, that's what Aries like to do. We've got a bunch of energy moving back into Aries right now, so it's gonna mess with your temperament. You know, working on the pathwork of patience. Make sure you're hydrating too, because all this Aries energy is like super dry, and it's often like in the head. The smoke and mirrors show, beautifully said, House. Here's the thing. I just see a lot of the energy right now in separations being like over it. They're done with it. And Irma, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for the follow, Trip. And Christoph, thank you for the follow as well. Thank you for sharing the live, Christine. How are you doing today, Amber? Thank you for the compliment. That's really kind of you. Thank you for those roses, Best Mess. Medusa, being nice. You keep your mouth shut, closed to save space. Face. Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Absolutely. Thank you for confirmation, Medusa. Kindness is a state of being. Niceness is a manipulation to gain end result. Well, we've been talking a lot about that right now. Diva, thank you so much for getting on the list as well. You will be read for after Kimoy. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 7th person read for. All right. And thank you, V, for sharing the live. Medusa, I'm a Taurus moon and a Taurus sun, and I've gone through so many ego deaths this past couple of years. I mean, first of all, though, congratulations, right? I mean, I know that there's like if you're doing that work, like as someone with so many Taurus placements, like that is some massive transition. I'd rather be upset for a moment than a long time. Beautifully said. And I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Grand Rising, Susie. Are we not all a tad bit unhinged right now? It's okay. Listen, I also feel like honoring your unhinged is hinged. Like when you operate from the state that we're all unhinged, it's more about owning your unhingedness, right? Like it's like the unhinged in me honors the unhinged in you. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Susie. Thank you for confirmation, Medusa. You're safe right now, Holly. We're here. It's a way to make it through. It is. Whatever gets you through. Thank you as well. We are all mirrors. Tap to claim, Medusa. And thank you for the roses, Inesta. We are creating our new toasters. Yes, thank you, Retrograde. Flo, I adore that. We are creating our toasters. I'm living for that right now. And thank you, V, for sharing the live. We do love a good tower moment here, right? Because if you're not operating from a space of fear, it's not, the tower energy is just something to be navigated, right? Thank you for those gifts, Per. It's losing to gain something better. I want to say, like, it's not even it's like I think you described it. It's shedding the layers of the self that feel like they don't serve the self, right? Like it's giving me a little bit of like the training wheels coming off. It's giving me a little bit of this, like, I don't need it anymore. Releasing past cycles to get to the next stage energetically for me lately. Tap to claim, Susie. Out mortifying each other is so funny and accurate. I think it's kind of sweet and endearing because I see this energy being like, like it's just like it's putting it all on the table and someone being like, I like your directness. You know what I mean? Like it's that kind of thing. Thank you for confirmation, Medusa. For ourselves and our own journeys, tap to claim. Blessings to you, Thomas. Perfect is something that we make together. I like that. You're welcome, V. I do my best to explain it, Medusa. Thank you. Flow, those being temperance energy together is so interesting. Like, yes, right? I like it. Third house, thank you for the follow. Flow, over the past few days, I've been realizing the healing love in disappointment. Oh, right? But here's the thing, disappointment instead of devastation, right? It's not that it's devastating itself, that it's separate and it can be loving and found around one another. Beautifully said, Flo. Yes. Good afternoon, Heather. There she is. I know. I loved it. It's like the high priestess was doing the same thing over the last few days. We were talking about the high priestess and she was like, you rang? How great is our tarot? Exactly, Flo. It's too good. Good to see you, Nikki. Absolutely. Hi there, Goose. She took her sweet, I know, didn't she? She like totally took her sweet time to come out, but I'm not opposed to it. Temperance, fashionably late. Yeah, exactly. She just wanted to be honored and coming out. Yeah, I know. I like the fact that like it's like a grand entrance kind of energy, It's disrespectfully respectful energy. Yes. Like disrespect can be observed but doesn't need to be tolerated, right? It's like a lot of that, like, I'm sorry you feel that way kind of energy. Yep. Spirit is full spectrum. I love that, Goose. Thank you. I don't like to say this, the enemy in us. Like, I like to point this out. Like, I feel like we all have those tendencies that we're too hard on ourselves. But that's why we work on, like, that's what we talk about with shadow work. It's confronting those parts within us that feel like they act as hurdles instead of as bridges. And Megan, thank you for the follow. It's so funny. Truly, for me, life is random in a way. That can be beautiful, though. Stop trying. When you stop trying, you start being. Tap to claim, Susie. Like Yoda says, do or do not. There is no try. Try is just a qualifier. I'm doing something. Thank you, Goose. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you. And good to see you as well, Ruby. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Guys, please thank Ruby for their help today. Temperance is acting as a ladder. I know. I love that. Yeah, it really is. It was a beautiful image that was coming through. Thank you, Flo. And Thomas, thank you for the follow, dear. Lol, not my villain era, just being. Yeah. Someone's like, well, I'm going to be a villain now. What are you doing? I'm just going to be me. Okay. Higher self is like, okay. We will get there. Absolutely. Claire, relate to the pain pouring out when the heart begins to open. Left my marriage when it happened. Sending you so much support on that journey, Claire. You're so welcome, Per. I'm so glad that you're here and you had fun with the reading. Dada, thank you for sharing the live as always. I deeply appreciate you. And thank you for that beautiful flower headband, Ruby. All right. Thank you for the kind spiritual space and supportive communication. You're absolutely welcome, Medusa. Thank you for being a part of it. I just saw my ex's sister. I don't think she saw me though. Oh boy. I like you're going through the new moon in Taurus. You're like, don't be suspicious. I know the T. Oh, and thank you. I've got you. It's my day. I'm gonna read the list right now, honey. Let me know if you hear my name. If you hear your name. If you haven't heard my name, blah blah blah. If you haven't heard your name, just send me the initial of where you sent the donation, and I'll get you on the list. The list I have right now is Grace, Bridget, Ruby, Lucy, Kimoy, and Diva. Let me know if you haven't heard your name. I meet friends and family now and then from the past 3 exes. You're cool, no biggie. I love it, Per. And Lucy, thank you for subscribing, dear. I can't find the baby dragon. If you can't find, that's why I couldn't find it either, Flo. So I put down baby dragon or meteor shower because I think that they're about the same. Hold on a minute. One moment. I lost my spot. I still have the baby dragon. The baby dragon is like coming, going for people right now. I still want to know if she saw me and if she did what she will, if she did what she will report back to him. Oh boy, the tea is hot today. You're so welcome, Ella. And thank you. Yes, I'm pretty intuitive, so I think she saw me. Patience and frustration is testy for me. I mean, listen, I wish I could say that's going to pause right now, Alexandra, but with all this energy moving back into Aries, it's going to be kind of like the watchwords. Diva, thank you for those gifts. I stepped away. No, you have nothing to apologize for. It's my day. Yeah, okay, thank you for confirming, dear. I'll confirm you're on the list. Thank you for letting me know where you sent it. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 7th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I read the blah, blah, blah. I read the, can you give me the first name you sent the donation through? Oh wait, Grace, that's you, right? Yeah, I got you, Grace. No, I'm getting used to your new username. As far as I know, we're just awkward now. I like that. As far as I know, we're just awkward now. I'm sorry if you're not being insensitive. It just was awkward for me. No, I don't think it's insensitive to say that it's awkward. out mortifying each other. Thank you, Ella. How I'm moving nowadays is if we're not vibing at the same level, I let it go. No forcing. Tap to claim, Susie. I'm seeing that a lot right now. You're fine. It's just awkward because I haven't seen her since I broke up with him. No, that's an awkward situation. I think it's fair to feel awkward in that way. All right. I've been attracting other Aries Mercuries recently, and it's when I speak, I like to be as surprised as you are. I also don't know what's coming out of my mouth sometimes. I like that. That's what I like about Aries Mercury. Like Aries Mercury is a little bit like the foot is either in the mouth or about to say the most profound thing you've ever heard. Like it's a little bit of a Yahtzee. You just don't know you don't know what you're gonna find there. You know? Whoop whoop. Let's go with the reading tea. Exactly per. Yep, I see it now. I gotta get used to it. It's a learning curve, Grace. Give me a minute. Yep, I got you. And Chris Trisha, thank you for the follow. We're good. I'm just in the list. Nope, I've got you, dear. You're first on the list. And Christina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I know. I'll fill you in privately later. I know, no doubt, honey. All right. I have Mercury and Aries as well. I love it. Yep. Aries Mercury here. Ta-da! I like Aries Mercury because Aries Mercury will like slip and be like, I meant to do that. Thank you, AJ, for the follow. All right, my friends. All right, we're going to get started on personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the 7th person read for 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. And the first person, oh, I said that. Let me write that down. I like it, Aries Mercury, because someone will be like, that was so profound what you said to me. And you'll be like, huh? Like, huh? What? I said, what? You got it. Yep. They'll be like, I never forgot. They'll be like, I never forgot what you said to me. And you'll be like, yes. What was that again? What was that again? Be right back, my wife. No problem, Bridget. Take your time. Yep, look up your birth chart. I'm an Aries sun as well, but also Mercury, Venus, and Mars. Is having Aries in your planet Mercury. Yep, thank you for confirming, Carmen. All right. I love Aries Mercury. It's just like accidentally wise. Like, oops. All right. The first person we're reading for today is Grace. Grace, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Also, just a reminder, if anyone's gotten on the list and you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant for the purposes of your reading, for instance, if you have a dream interpretation, if you have a dream you'd like me to interpret, or if I'm doing a past life reading and you want to share some information about a regression that you've had, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber to my Discord, as a subscriber, you should have access. You can post it in the designated channels in the Discord. All right. We just created a new channel. We've got a lot of channels right now in the Discord. We just created a Got Done channel. So now we got a place to put all your Got Done lists. All right. Let me just pull up what we're reading for Grace. And thank you, Grace, for being the first person on the list for today. You'll have an additional card in your reading. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 7th person read for. I'm just trying to get this in the space. All right, that's good. One moment. There we go. All right, where were we? All right. Career and love are key right now, but life path. I've got you, dear. We're going to do 2 around career. We're going to do 2 around love, and then we'll do your extra card will be around life path. All right. And thank you. Irma, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. Everybody's Mercury's in Aries. I love it. Mercury, Aries and Mercury is Pandora's box. You never, it really is. Like, that's what I love about it. And someone being like I just like if someone's like, I never forgot what you said. And someone being like, What was it? What was it that I said? What was it that I said? I know. Just can you just remind me? All right. Can I please get can I please get 5 cards for Grace? And one more, please. Thank you. New deck for Grace. Everybody's getting these readings right now. Do not cross the streams. You've got asynchronous lessons happening right now. This is very similar to the reading I did for Ruby the other day. Here's the thing. I don't know what this is, but I feel like there was some kind of situation you were in past experience with someone taking credit for all your work. Like I'm just seeing this here. Like I don't know why this is coming through, but it feels to me like it just feels to me like, and that's the thing. Like I actually see that something is about to collapse in a big way because you were let go because someone didn't realize the fact that like someone just like I mean this in like a really, I don't mean to like, someone's about to like lose their own position because they weren't giving you credit, and now I feel like it's about to become very clear how much of the heavy lifting you were doing around something, if that makes sense. And I literally I see someone that is like in panic mode right now, like in panic mode because, and I almost feel like it, like I don't, this is weird, like I almost feel like someone knew this, like somebody had a conversation, they go, well, I guess you don't mind if we get rid of them then, right? And then being like, no, but they're about to like like they're about to find out real quick how much credit someone was taking in some way. You know, like I feel like it's like I literally see some kind of situation where someone just like someone just created a tower moment for themselves. And I feel like they're saying that because they're just saying like they're I don't think you I don't think I mean like the thing about this is like the bright side is this is I don't know why I keep on hearing there's something coming through in the career space that says bide your time on something. Um, Now, as it relates to a new energetic position, um, I feel like the benefit here, you know, the interesting thing I keep on seeing is the fact that I think you have to be ready. Like, I feel like the hardest thing I'm seeing right now has to be in the fact that um and this came through in the reading I was doing for you the other day. I keep on seeing like there's a lot of opportunity around you, but the harder part is finding something that you have your heart in, you know? Like I feel like it's giving me like I keep on hearing like water, water everywhere and not a drop to drink. Because I keep on seeing that it's not a question about how easily you can find something, but they're saying like the real challenge that I see you navigating right now is trying to find something that like moves in alignment with your heart space. So, you know, I want you to be, you know, there's something that I keep on hearing too that there's something that's happening around the situation saying rest assured that's not going to happen again. Like whatever this situation was, um, I see like I almost feel like there's something that you've been released from that you're going to consider as a blessing in the long run. Because I just see a situation that it's like, and I almost hear them saying like we made a mistake, right? Like, and I see something about them navigating a mistake, but you're already down the street, like 4 blocks away. I want you to make sure that you're being very clear right now. I want you working on your manifestations in relationality to profession, because I feel like the biggest hurdle for you right now is not the fact that there isn't going to be an opportunity that presents itself, but jumping on the first thing, right? Make sure that you're not going back into the same situation that you left, is what I'm seeing. Um, that said, I mean, here's the thing. If you're okay, I need to also stress this. If you're okay with phoning something in, if you're okay with keeping something compartmentalized, like that's what I'm seeing here. They're saying that is something that's going to be offered to you again. But that's why I almost get a message that's coming through for your guides, which says like, if you didn't like something about the past experience, um, make sure that you're not going back into it, is what I keep on hearing. Um, because everything I'm seeing here is there's something about you being released from this energetically that feels like a bit of a blessing in disguise. Like that's the thing about it. And it feels like it's happening in the realm of your personal life. Because I just see something here that it feels like I keep on getting like the Robert Frost poem where it's like two roads diverged in a yellow wood. I couldn't be a traveler and travel both. And it almost feels to me that something about the change in occupation has removed like one of those hurdles, is what I keep on seeing. So that's why I'm saying like make sure that you don't just jump into something um, very quickly, because they're saying to a certain extent that there's an opportunity to be seized here. Like there's an opportunity in making something easier, or bridging some kind of gap. And it's like it's not, it's like I can see you being like I couldn't go by both roads, and they're like, okay, so we got rid of one. Like now there's nothing stopping, you know what I mean? Like it's giving me a little bit of that energy, which is saying that in a way I keep on hearing there's something about this that is a blessing in disguise, because it's helping you identify the difference between words and actions. Like it's actually, it feels like there's something about this closure point that's helping to speed up a timeline. So don't put the cart before the horse in this. Don't just jump on the next thing. If you were about, like I keep on saying, if you were thinking about making a big change, and then coincidentally this like closure point came as it relates to um like a profession, like it's almost saying to me, it's like almost like I keep on hearing like the soil, like the soil is being turned over, because it's allowing you the context of what you need to be able to create a fresh start. So they're saying make sure that you're having those conversations, not about the immediate future, but what you aspire to um, moving forward. Because I keep on hearing like the opportunity to like move forward on a plan is suddenly reaching, like I keep on hearing, like is suddenly arriving much sooner than you energetically expected. So it's going to help you see if someone is able to recognize, like I keep on hearing that there's a road clearing that's happening right now, because it's moving, like it almost feels like angelic, because it feels like it's just like helping you get to the bottom of whether something is moving in the direction that you aspire it to or not, because it's no longer like I keep on hearing that there's no sense of having to say, oh, it's a shame because of this that we can't do that, right? So they're saying like everything you need to know has to do with the clarification point of the fact that the opportunity to bring something into a point of balance has arrived sooner rather than later. And so I keep on hearing, and that's what's fun. I keep on getting all these like real world references right now. It's going to help you understand the difference between someone who's being polite versus someone who is being real, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like they're like, the situation has turned to a place where you don't have to be polite, which means someone's not just saying like, oh, it would be nice, versus being able to say like, no, this is something that we're doing. So they're saying, think about that right now. Because I keep on seeing that there's something profoundly clarifying that's happening. I keep on hearing this is a good thing. I keep on hearing this is a good thing if there was someone who was being energetically true in relationality to what they want with you, is what I keep on hearing, right? And that's why I keep on hearing, remember, this is a good thing because this is an opportunity to be able to change something, to make something energetically easier. So they're saying be very conscientious as to how someone navigates what should be good news, because I keep on seeing that as like this is something I keep on hearing like a timeline that should have been, that could have been more reaching, has been brought into, like it's like the manifestation that's arrived sooner rather than later. Bottom of the deck. That's why they said pay a lot of attention to what's happening right now in relationality to good news, because and this is interesting because I keep on hearing, this is why it feels like a little bit of angelic protection, because they're saying, I feel like there's some energy around you that's saying, be careful what you wish for, right? Because especially in the career space, I keep on seeing someone that had an opportunity to give you credit for something. I keep on seeing a situation where someone was trying to take credit for something that you were doing, and as a result they were diminishing your role. And that's why I'm seeing that there's some kind of situation where someone's like position is about to collapse, because I see someone that says, okay, well, if that's the case, then you wouldn't mind. And they went, of course not. And now I see them in a point where they can't do something because you're no longer there. Like it's giving me a lot of this energy of someone who like literally like painted themselves into a corner in some way because they weren't being energetically fair. While for the energy of the partnership right now, I keep on seeing this should be a beautiful thing, because they're saying that something that was far away is arriving sooner rather than later. And so I keep on seeing that if there was something here that was feeling difficult or untenable because of an obligation, like this is why it feels like like kind of an angelically protected experience, because they're saying that they've moved away the obstacle to help to see if what someone was saying was actually in its integrity, or if they were just giving you lip service. So they're saying pay very close attention to making sure that energy's words match their action right now, because they're saying to me, there's something about this that they're saying you're about to see, and like you're about to see angelic energy in action is what I keep on hearing. They're saying to me you're about to see angelic energy in action, which is like, again, and that's like that it's that's what I always think is funny when I see angelic energy that says like be careful what you wish for, because angelic energy is like, well, that's what you said you wanted, what are you going to do with it? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's and that's why it's either like it's either that like hallelujah moment where it helps you see someone who's in their authenticity saying like, yes, now there's no blockage, versus someone being like, what are you waiting for? You know what I mean? Like it's giving me a lot of that. um Thank you so much for having that. Like you're about to see what happens when an obstacle is moved out of the way, and that's why I keep on hearing like this feels like it's like angelically guided. um like motion right now. Thank you so much, Grace, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, everybody joining us on the place where you keep the videos. Good to see you today, Kimberly. Hi there, traveling. I like that word, allow. Hi there, Mia. How are you doing today? We finished the collective. We're actually doing personal readings right now, dear. And if you'd like to get on the list, all you have to do is send the donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you'll be added to the list as well. Thank you as well to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the photos. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. And thank you for the follow, Discipline. Thank you, Ella, for the follow as well. Hold on a minute. And Irma, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. It's very unhinged communication in the best way, in my opinion. I love that, Susie. I was just thinking that. I love it, Ruby. Seriously, I'm working on not being like that, but today was a challenge. Sending you so much support, Ella. Makes total sense. Thank you for confirmation, Grace. I think I know. Wow. Yes. Much better. I need to cue in on what on it if it's what I'm thinking. Thank you, Grace. Interesting. And Ella, thank you for the follow. Alignment comment. Very true. Release true. I don't think everyone had all the information. Yep. Phoning only short term. Yes. You have that Robert Frost quote tattooed to you. Scorpio, that's incredible. Thank you for also receiving this message. Question about location when you're done. Well, and that's what I keep on seeing. Like, this is feeling to me that this is like a raise the 10 stakes type of situation. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, it's saying like, if like it's saying to me, like they're saying if location wasn't an option, right? I keep on hearing if obligation wasn't an option. That's why I keep on feeling like I see you like almost like holding carpet bags and being like, I'm portable now. You know what I mean? Like I see you almost in that space of being like, I'm portable now. Hi there, Paradox. Thank you for the compliment. I like to be what I was meant to be, not what I had to be. Ooh, yes, exactly. Like I get to be what I was meant to be, not what I had to be. Exactly, dear. On the polite and real. Thank you. Have I been lied to both professionally and personally? Well, this is why I keep on seeing like this feels like something that's happening towards your benefit. Ruby, I had a weird dream where I blew out candles, and that's what it made me think of when I awoke. Wow. Be careful what you wish for. That is intense, Ruby. I had wild dreams last night, by the way. Absolutely wild dreams. And thank you for the follow, user 453. Susie, I love the term lip service, adding it to my vocabulary. Thank you for receiving it. Oh, heck. Old energy or current on be careful what you wish for. You know, it's feeling to me like that's what I meant. Like angelic energy, I need to point this out. Angelic energy is always like that to a certain extent. This is why I always say, like, you know, like that energy being like, well, if something wasn't an obstacle, and angelic energy is like, here you go. Like, now it isn't, you know. So it says to me, it's going to help you identify the difference between what someone was saying, like, if only, versus being like, well, now it isn't, right? Like the difference, like I keep on saying, like the thing with angelic energy is it often clears away the if only, right? It's like no room for alas. I feel as though my dreams have been more vivid lately. I think that the reason that they're becoming more vivid right now is because Mars has moved out of Cancer. And thank you for the hearts, Cappy. You're so welcome. Thank you for that. Thank you as well, Scorpio, for receiving that message. Carpet bags, yes. I am operable, but need to move if it's good for, but need to move if it's good for me. Tap to claim, Grace. And thank you, Carmen, for the gifts. Wild dreams for days now. Thank you for confirmation, 810. All right, we're going to continue, and thank you for that. Next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, it'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Okay. You're so welcome, Grace. And thank you for having that reading with me. And as always, wishing you so much luck on that journey. Ooh, Bridget. What is the tea on my ex's sister? Will she say anything to him if she saw me? Hi there, Marie. What are the thoughts about the breakup in general? I love it. Okay, we're doing a tea reading. Thank you for the compliment, Marie. All right. And hold on. I'm just going to try. I'm trying here. The sun is like directly in my eyes. So I'm just going to try to do something here to make it a little bit less. Just bear with me. Please hold. I just want to be able to see you guys a little bit better. Okay. I think that's going to help. All right. Yes. Thank you. Okay. And you can use, I was going to ask, I can add the extra cards to that. Absolutely happy to do that. Yeah, I can close the curtains, but I like the sunlight. I'm a Leo. I don't want to close the curtains. I need the tea. I need the vitamins. All right. Okay, can I please get, I feel like I just need to move back a little bit more. Okay. All right, can I please get 5 cards? All right, I mean, Bridget, okay, 5 cards for Bridget. What was going on? Yeah, okay. And 2 more. And 1 more, please. Thank you. Wow. 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 I feel like there's a bit of this energy, like, I love you. Bridget's like, I knew it. She's already reading the cards. She's reading the cards. I feel like she's doing this. Was that her? It looked like her. I think it was her. You know, you know, I feel like, I feel like there's something. Here's the thing. This person cares about their brother, but they also know their brother. You know? Like, and the thing about it is, and I can kind of tell it, like I keep on hearing them say they know that their brother is like a teller of tales. You know? Like that's the problem here. You know, like they know their brother. You know, I can see someone who's like been giving someone and here's the thing, I hear them saying like, I've heard this all before. This sounds awful familiar, is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like here we go. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4. You know, like it's just giving me like I want to say like I see some kind of situation where I'm just gonna I'm gonna tell you a little bit about what I'm seeing here. So I keep on hearing they're like, I keep on hearing them say they keep on putting me in these incredibly uncomfortable situations. And there's something about this which is um and I'm getting I keep on hearing they're saying the boy who cried wolf. It's giving me a little bit of this energy of the boy who cried wolf. And I feel like the reason um that this energy is in that space, like and I can see something here, which is like I see a situation where they say, they always like they have to choose they have to choose their brother. Like I keep on hearing someone say, like there's no, we often I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing them say, I can't believe they put me in this uncomfortable situation, right? Because I just keep on seeing that it's like I see someone that is trying to create some kind of space of someone saying like you know like you believe me, don't you? And I see someone being like they're going sure. You know what I mean? I see them going like sure, right? Which is almost them saying to me that they're like I don't believe half the stuff they say because I know their ability. I keep on hearing them say I know their ability to spin a narrative. They're saying I grew up with it. Um and so I see something where it's like I see a situation where like it's almost like it's damaged, like something about what's happened between you both has like deeply like it like deeply strained an energetic relationship. They're not the same, is what I keep on hearing. Because I almost see something here that I see someone saying, you made me choose, and I never wanted to have to do that. How could you? Right? Because it almost feels like um I almost like and that's why I keep on hearing the story of like the boy who cried wolf, because they're saying to me like the boy who cried wolf is like if you're aware of the story of the boy who cried wolf, it's like when the boy is afraid, they cry wolf, and all the townsfolk come running, and there's nothing there, you know and so I almost see a situation here where something that's happened, like something that they said was happening, they haven't seen any evidence of. You know what I mean? Like it almost like it's giving me some kind of indication here, and that's why I keep on hearing like teller of tales, because I keep on hearing the difference between a tale, like the difference between a tale and fact is evidence. And I keep on seeing some kind of situation where it's like, they talk a lot about it, but nobody's seen anything to support anything that they've been energetically saying, which is just cast like a profound amount of doubt on them. Like that's what I meant about the fact that I keep on hearing someone say, our relationship will never be the same because now I have to take everything they say to me with a grain of salt, you know? Um, and I kind of like in relationality to mentioning that they saw you, I actually see a situation that they might mention it just to see what they say. I actually kind of see a situation where they might just mention it to, like, try to, like, I literally see something here where they're like, you know, like trying to like identify something here, because I just see something of someone who's like, they're holding a lot of resentment about it. You know what I mean? Like, they're holding a lot of resentment, and I keep on seeing a situation where they're kind of looking at someone with their arms crossed, because I just keep on hearing something that they said or claimed, like, never panned out, you know? Bottom of the deck. I gotta say, I keep on hearing someone say that doesn't seem very obsessed. You know, I keep on hearing something here, and it has to do with someone recognizing that often confusing, what is the song? And this is what I keep on hearing about this. Often the song, and I feel like this is someone who's like picked up on this. Like, often the song that someone who's being confusing will say about the energy around them is, they're obsessed with me, right? Like, the song of someone who is really confusing, the song that they often say is, like, the energy around someone is they're obsessed with me. And often it's not that energy is obsessed. It's like the song of a bunch of people confused around a person is someone that says they're obsessed, but it's not. It's like, people aren't obsessed. They're literally trying to figure out what the heck is going on, right? So often the energy, like, that's what I keep on seeing, is it's giving me something. I hear someone saying, this is not the first time. And I keep on hearing someone say, you only get to sing that song once, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing someone say, you only get to sing that song once. Because the first time you say someone's obsessed with you, they energetically believe you. The second time you say it, another person goes, that's weird that that's happening again. And so I feel like there's something about the repetition in terms of how another person is defending what occurred, that someone's saying, I sense, I keep on hearing, either you have the worst luck in the world. I hear someone saying, either you have the worst luck in the world, or that's not what's happening, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing someone that's saying to me, either one of two things are happening. Either this person here has the worst luck in the absolute world, that they like, it is just unbelievable. Lightning has struck this person twice, right? Like, lightning has struck this person twice, or 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 and that's what I keep on seeing them go. They're going, or I can never believe another thing this person ever. And this is why I keep on saying, and they're saying, I don't like, they're like, this person, I keep on going, I'm hearing, this is an energy that's literally saying to me, either this person, either lightning has struck twice, or this person is on the thinnest of ice. Either lightning has struck twice, or this person is on the thinnest of ice. Because I just keep on seeing a situation of someone saying, this does not, something that they're saying is happening again. I see them shaking their head and being like, no, either this is, and that's why they keep on, and I keep on hearing, I just keep on hearing them say, doesn't look very obsessed with them. Doesn't look very obsessed, is what I keep on hearing. Like, I just keep on seeing someone being like, something isn't adding up. Thank you so much for having that. Like, they're like, make it make sense. And that's why I see someone that's almost saying things to someone, testing their reaction, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for the donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Ruby. Ruby, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Mia, I'm happy to do 5 cards. 5 cards are actually, so we typically either do 3 card readings here for non-subscribers, or for subscribers, you get 4 cards for a donation of $23. Bridget actually got 5 cards in this reading because she actually got the second highest gifter, which entitles her to an additional card. But if you'd like to get on the list for today, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and I'm happy to pull cards for you. And that goes for those who are also on the place where we keep the photos. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. But if you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. All right. And just bear with me a moment. I'm just trying to get this out of the sun. There we go. That's better. All right. Hold on a minute. I know the sun is gorgeous today. That's the thing. I don't want to close. I need the vitamins. Marie, we do 1 card readings for subscribers once we get through the personal readings. And so again, Tara's not great with yes or no, but I can give you validation in terms of the directionality of something. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, you can always have that. You can always use your 1 card for like a yes or no. But again, I like to point out, whenever we're reading here, we don't divest autonomy in our choices to the cards. The cards give us indications on things we should know as it relates to making our choices, but we don't do readings here that let the cards make the choices for us. Thank you. And thank you, Per. I knew it. Thank you for confirmation, Bridget. Per, tell us. I mean, I feel like, here's the thing. I feel like it's not sabotage towards you. I feel like they're worrying about the fact that their brother sabotaged something. You know? Yeah, it was her and her son and husband. Thank you. I'm here for the tea. There's Susie. She could have worn. And here's the thing. I keep on seeing, like, that's why I keep on hearing someone say either lightning struck twice or you're on the thinnest of ice. Right? And that's why I keep on seeing that, like, there's something here. You know, this also resonates. Thank you, Ruby. I keep on hearing, like, I mean, I keep on seeing the situation where someone's trying to keep their hands clean. I knew her first, by the way. Thank you for confirmation. I definitely misjudged his character, but I'm surprised she didn't say something beforehand. Again, that's why they're saying lightning struck twice, which is like, again, that I keep on hearing they believe. I keep on hearing them say they believe them the first time. And that's why I keep on hearing something here where someone's saying, this sounds awful familiar. You know what I mean? And thank you as well, KJ, for the roses. Yeah, I can see that. Like, I'm obsessed. I can't. I would be very curious. I keep on saying I would be very curious as to what they said about the relationship before the one you were in. Because I keep on hearing someone say, I've heard this song before. It's like you scare me. So I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on here. Hi there, Nikki. That's hilarious. I've never responded to exactly. I've never responded to a single text they sent me. Thank you for confirmation, Bridget. Again, because it's saying to me that you're noticing some kind of come hither energy, right? Like someone saying, stay away from me. What are you doing? Right? Stay away from me. What are you doing? Thank you, Bridget. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Thank you for the confirmation, love. And thank you for the follow, Ren. Not great for the bond. No, I see. That's why I keep on hearing either lightning struck twice, like either lightning struck twice or they're on the thinnest of ice. You're so welcome, Bridget. Thank you for also sending support to each other in the comments. Thank you for the compliment, love. I need guidance on love and finesse. I've been really lost and hurt lately. I've got you, Ruby. Yeah, absolutely, Alexandra. I mean, this is like these cards are what like here's the thing though. Did you see how they came out? Like this is intense. All right, we're now doing a reading for Ruby. And just a reminder, friends, when we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. We are already at 39.5K. So keep on tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right, I've got to close the window. I can't see anything. Hold on a minute. All right. There, that should be better. Okay, where were we? Yeah, I mean, like, again, like the cry wolf energy would be a lot about the scapegoat, is what I'm saying. All right. Okay, that's better. And can I please get, oh, you didn't mean finesse, you meant finance. Thank you for confirming. I appreciate that. All right. 2 cards, please, for Ruby. 2 cards around love. Thank you. Oh, that is not 2. Okay, we've got all the cards out. And 2 cards around finance. Okay. So very much a continuation on what we've been seeing energetically in the space of love. And I feel like I pulled this card for you in love recently. Again, we've got the High Priestess and the Death card in its reversal. And I keep on hearing, like, again, the mantra for you right now is I prioritize energy that prioritizes me. And I keep on hearing, because there's something really important about that right now. Um, there, and I keep on hearing, like, I've got a lot of messages coming through from your divine counterpart that says, there, like, remember, there's never going to be anything star-crossed between us. Like, I hear your divine counterpart saying, we will never be star-crossed. And why is the energy saying we will never be star-crossed? Because, and the thing about star-crossed is, and they're specifically using the term star-crossed, because when someone is star-crossed, what do they often say? Alas, right? They say, alas, were it not for X, were it not for Y, we would be together, right? That is often the song that someone who claims to be star-crossed tries to say, right? Almost being like, again, speaking about the Robert Frost poem that came forward, being like, were it not for this, rest assured I would be there. But that's why I keep on hearing the divine counterpart saying, there's not going to be anything star-crossed between us, because I'm not going to let anything stand between us, is what I keep on hearing. They're like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what my obligations are. If you're my obligation, it's not star-crossed. It's just an inconvenience, is what I keep on hearing them say. They're saying it's not star-crossed. It's just an inconvenience that needs to be overcome. There's nothing. It's interesting because I keep on hearing the divine counterpart saying there's not going to be anything star-crossed between us, which says, remember, this is not going to be a situation of someone saying like, oh, well, this is my consolation for not being able to move closer to you. This is my consolation because I can't have what I want with you. This is the energy that says there's nothing star-crossed. I make those determinations. I choose that. This is why I feel like this is feeling like really strong Capricorn energy, or someone with like a real can-do attitude. This is the energy that says I don't operate in star-crossed, because if I want something to happen, everything else Like I keep on hearing they're saying like I hear the same song that I heard the other day, which is what's the song? Dun 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 dun. Oh no, it's like I keep on hearing them say, "I'll turn the earth and melt with you," which it's actually interesting because I know that those aren't the lyrics, but they're basically saying the world, when I'm with you, the world revolves around you. We'll never be star-crossed because anything that's between us that is in the way, I'm going to work to overcome. Like I just see them going like, I'm going to work to overcome that divide. I'm not going to cry. I keep on hearing them say, I'm not going to be plaintively sighing across the divide. I'm not going to be sentimentalizing the divide. They're like, I'm going to be building a bridge. They're like, I'm not like, I keep on hearing energy that wants to sentimentalize suffering, sighs about the inconveniences that are preventing a partnership from coming into being. And they're saying, I don't sigh about things. I pick up a tool. I just start moving the hurdle out of the way, right? Like this is the energy that's almost saying like I don't if you are my priority, you are what comes first. There aren't obligations that prevent me from being able to move towards you. You are the energetic obligation. So they keep on saying, like, make no mistake. They keep on saying to me, make no mistake. They want you to write that down. There will never be anything star-crossed between us. Because if you're my priority, then fate has, I keep on hearing them say, then fate has nothing to do with it. They're going, if you're my priority, then fate has nothing to do with it. Like, because they're saying that I even hear them saying that, like, they're like, I don't believe in fate, is what I keep on hearing them say. They're actually saying to me, it's funny because they're going, I'm agnostic. I don't believe in fate. I believe that people often articulate fate for explaining why they don't get things done instead of just doing them. Like, is what I keep on hearing them say. They're like, no. They're like, no, I hear them going, we make our own fate. We're never star-crossed. If I want something, I move towards it. And I don't make excuses as to the fact that the stars don't align to make it happen. They're like, I keep on hearing, they're like, I get things done. Um, bottom of the for career, interestingly, it's the opposite message, and that's why I keep on getting the message when I read for you right now that says, don't remember you're working through asynchronous lessons, which means don't take one vibration and bring it into the other, because I keep on, and I just need to show you, I think that these are almost exactly the same cards that we pulled the other day when I was reading for career for you, which is saying sometimes the most valuable thing you can do is get your foot in the door somewhere, right? And again, when you're trying to move into a space that you aspire to grow in or you aspire to build into, right? Like I keep on hearing, it's like the like one like the end. It's, and this is why I'm saying it's really important right now that you don't cross the streams, because I'm seeing that in the relationship of love, they're saying don't drop your standards for an instant. While for the energy of profession right now, I feel like the momentum is the opposite. It's being incredibly Gemini, which says, what do you need? I can do that. I can learn how to do that. Right? That ability of articulating the adaptability is such that, like they're saying, like the ability to kind of put yourself out there, the ability to kind of introduce yourself, doing anything you can to get another person to know you or to know your interest in something. Like I keep on hearing, remember with that page of wands, like this is a lot of this, like, allow me to introduce myself, right? And I'm being in that space of saying, like, allow me to introduce myself is saying, like, remember that ability of being like energetically, I keep on hearing energetically adaptable, that if there's some place that you aspire to go, saying like, I'll do anything to get my foot in the door, trying to say to someone like, I'm just looking for an edge in here, like I'm just looking for an ability to come in, I recognize I can excel in the place later, right? Or as I mentioned, going back to situations or circumstances from the past and saying, allow me to introduce myself. I don't think we've met, right? And it's almost like having to say, like, allow me to introduce myself. I don't think we met is almost like saying to a certain extent, I've changed a great deal since we've last encountered one another. Um, and I feel like there's something too, Like there's something about, I keep on seeing, I keep on hearing something like, I'd like to learn more about how we can mutually benefit each other, right? Like I keep on hearing something about that in the realm of profession, which basically says like almost creating those introductions in places that you're interested in, not just, I keep on saying, not just looking for what's available, but offering like what it is that you do to another. And they're saying even now, like there's something about what I just said, the words I actually said. I would like to have the opportunity to see how we can work with each other, right? Like almost like being able to express an interest in being able to see like what those they're saying like that is almost like the introduction point that you can give in a situation to help get your foot in the door by saying like, there's something that you do that I'm very interested in, and I'd like the opportunity to get to know if there's a way that we can energetically work with each other, right? Like the difference in terms of like applying for something versus offering the services. Bottom of the deck, because I keep on hearing, you know, if you're doing something new, it sometimes may require you to be able to articulate upon something that another person hasn't taken into consideration before. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's something about this that I keep on hearing like quality over quantity right now, not getting focused on a single thing, but moving into a space of, I keep on seeing like getting your name in a lot of people's ears, like being able to articulate what your interest is, or being able to um like reintroduce yourself in a way. Like I keep on hearing that there's something about that that is articulating upon the space of working towards the credentials, right? So that's why I keep on saying, even doing like little things for another person, like thinking about those smaller things that you could potentially take on that would allow you to enhance your experience on something, so that that way when you show someone like what it is that you're doing, you're able to show them, like I keep on hearing, think about an array, right? And what's important about an array, it's not just the fact that you've done something once, but that you've done it many times across different places. So they're saying like, don't just think about the idea of working singularly with someone right now, but how can you build into an array, which is potentially getting a lot of different experience in different places doing the same thing. So that's why I keep on seeing, like thinking about how one could offer your services for the opportunity by way of means of being able to like give. I keep on hearing like giving like almost giving someone like a trial in something, saying like, give me the opportunity to show you what I can do. You know what I mean? Like almost offering it by way of introduction. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ruby. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. Also, friends, we are at 41.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And Lordy, thank you so much for the follow. Hold on a minute. Oop, hold on. Alexandra, yes, it seems like scapegoat when they can't take accountability. Well, that's what I keep on, like, that's often what happens, right? And what's interesting about that is, like, that's the thing, like, that's why I saw that boy that cried wolf kind of energy, right? Because often the boy that cried, like, what's the story of the boy that cried wolf? It's like someone always looking for an energetic scapegoat to get, like, to articulate why they were looking for attention. Thank you, Lordy, for the follow. I love this set. I know, I like it too, Hella. Great differentiation. Thank you, Adina. Good to see you today, guys. I'm going to pin Adina here. Make sure you give Adina a follow. I had an absolutely beautiful podcast with her earlier this year that you can find on her site and over on my own Substack. That was an interesting day. I can imagine, Bridget. At least my hair looks nice today. I love that, Bridget. I said that the other day. At least I'm having a good hair day. It's Taurus season. That's a good thing, man. Good treats. We need our treats. It's the little things. Exactly. I'll stop the world and melt with you. Yes, thank you. That's the song I keep on hearing every time I read for this counterpart for Ruby. I just keep on hearing that song pop up. Thank you for confirming. Definitely, Rezo saying this as a Capricorn. Thank you for confirmation. Oh, it's definitely resonating saying this as a Capricorn. Thank you for confirming, Mia. I love that song. Isn't it a great song, Addie? It's a banger. I'm not mad that I keep hearing it every time I do a reading for her on this. Yes, thank you, Addie. There's nothing you and I won't do. Yes, let's stop the world. And that's what I keep on seeing. Someone being like, that's why I keep on hearing there's nothing star-crossed about this. Because they're saying when I decide to be with you, everything else melts away. Like they're literally saying you are the priority. Everything else like takes a back seat. They disappeared, I think, again, but that's probably a good thing. Their energy is intense. His energy is intense when he's around. Thank you for confirmation, Ruby, and sending you so much support on that journey. Like, and they're saying even now, like, none of this, like, I keep on hearing none of this alas energy, right? Like, none of this none of this, oh, if only what? Like, prioritization is prioritization. I like the counterpart too. Like I keep on hearing them be like I keep on hearing them say like they're like it's saying to me like they're actually it's funny. That's why it feels like it's Capricorn because they're actually like they're very mystical, but they're not like I keep on hearing them say I'm an agnostic because they're like I don't like to let the stars give me excuses as to why things aren't happening. Is what I keep on hearing them say. They're like, I don't like the context of the stars giving me excuses why things don't happen. I'm like, that sounds like a very Capricorn thing for someone to say. I feel like I'm always so close to getting the jobs I want, but never make. Well, I need to point this out. You know, Ruby, like that is the arrow coming close to the mark. That's a good thing. Like, and you can't, and that's why I keep on saying, don't get frustrated right now. Get focused. If you're feeling like that, continue to persevere because like this is saying to me that you're moving closer and closer in approximation to your manifestation. It's going to frustrate you, but don't let yourself get frustrated. Let you get focused. That's a good thing. Okay. Stein, if you'd like a reading, dear, all you do, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for subscribers. That counterpart would be my perfect reflection. So me too. That's beautiful, Ruby. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Yes. And guys, thank Ruby for all their help moderating today as well. I guess I just don't know anyone who needs my help in this degree. Well, and that's why I keep on seeing like finding some way. Like that's why I keep on seeing like finding a way. I keep on hearing a leave behind. Like something that you can introduce yourself to, something that you can say to another person. This tells you about me. And little baby sea goat, I love your name. Thank you for the follow. So excited for Taurus season. Well, we're in it. Hi there, Miranda. Good to see you today. 33 in a week. Buen cumpleaños. I need a divine counterpart read now. Thank you, Bridget. Of course, Alexis. We always do 1 card pulls once we get through the personal readings. You're going to meet them in hermit mode, Bridget. That's why you got, every time I read for you, that's why it says you got to step out of your comfort zone. I think it's tense because a year ago, he almost took the risk and got scared. Now he's stuck. But again, that's, I keep on saying that's their choice, you know, and that's why I see, like, I keep on hearing, don't let someone get into some kind of alas energy. There's no alas. And I keep on hearing your divine counterpart saying, alas is the song that someone sings when they let obligations get in the way of what it is that they want. I think it's, yep. All right. And Hellas, I'm afraid I don't do pregnancy readings here, but wishing you the best of luck on that journey. Nino, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. And Hellas, I will ask you to please not repeat yourself when you ask questions. If you'd like readings here, you just send the donation. It's not courteous to do that. It's not courteous to do here or anywhere else. I don't know how much more of my comfort zone I can get. Susie, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Diva. And the next person on the list for today is Lucy. Lucy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 4 spots left before the list is closed. So 4 more spots. If you'd like to secure one of those, just send the donation over. And thank you, Lucy. I've got you. Happy to do spirit-led. Susie, the list right now is Lucy, Kimoy, Diva, and then you. So you're the 4th one on the list right now, dear. All right. Can I please get... And if anyone is joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation payment via my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you can also be added to the list today. We're also at 42.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So keep on tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this out to those who haven't received these messages before. So thank you. Susie, you're never going to miss your read here. I never read for those who are not here. I always make sure you're here, dear. And if you miss your reading today, you come back. And if you haven't had your reading, I'll always honor that. Can I please get 4 cards for Lucy, please? Spirit-led. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Absolutely no settling right now. Absolutely no settling right now. And I feel like there's something around, the reason I keep on seeing this is because it feels like there's something around you right now that feels like, I keep on hearing the temptation to settle has never been greater. That's what I keep on hearing. I mean, I got to stress this. I feel like something that you've been waiting for is coming towards you right now. But and I need to stress this too. I feel like the reason it's coming towards you is that because you haven't been waiting. You've been moving. You've been moving in the direction of it. You've been keeping busy. It's giving me a reminder, remembering a good manifestation is a wish-free zone, right? It's not sticking around for something that isn't in alignment to it. And I keep on hearing like, and I think there's really something important to say. Energy will be hurt when you say no hard feelings. Energy will be hurt when you say no hard feelings. Because the song I keep on hearing, the song they will hear as you recognize that you want different things is no hard feelings. And they're going to make you try to feel bad about it. Remember, and that's why I keep on hearing like no settling. You know, and I feel like it's really important here because I see some kind of situation that, and I keep on hearing the same message. This is why something that is good but not consistent is worse than something that is bad all the time. Because when something is good but inconsistent, it's the worst because you're afraid to move away from it because it's too good, right? And you feel crazy moving away from it. But it's also it's like if it's not consistent, it's the worst. It doesn't matter how good it feels. If it's not consistent, it's the worst thing for you. So don't ask yourself about whether a connection feels good. Ask yourself if it is good. Because if it's not consistent, it's not good at all. It's worse than if it was bad. And And I'm saying this because it feels like, and I don't want to alarm you, it feels like something from the past coming back. It feels like some kind of energy being like, I miss the good times we had. Of course, they're going to miss the good times you had, because what is the energy that is inconsistent going to say as they're trying to play your heartstrings? They're going to say, remember how good it was, right? And I remember, I miss you doesn't mean I want the same things as you, right? Remember, if someone was trying to make you thirsty, to make you accept what they were willing to give you, that's not consent. And it's not about whether you miss them. They're saying that recognize it's not a healthy relationship is not a space where we try to create distance and longing to fix something. A relationship is such that we stick around and we do the hard work. But energy that doesn't want to do the hard work will drift away when things get difficult, hoping that you missing them will be enough for you to accept what they're energetically giving you. Don't fall for it. That's settling, right? And that's why I keep on hearing the message that says, like, you've got a guide that says, don't settle for another person telling you that they miss you in order to energetically fix something. You have to ask yourself, why were they missing in the first place? This is what I keep on hearing. And also, if they come back, like, don't, whatever it was you were talking about, time is not a chalkboard erase moment. You bring it back up. You pick up exactly where you left it. And if they say you're still going on about that, you say, yes, you go on about that till the cows come home. You go on about that. That's a bookmark. It's not, time does not erase things. It bookmarks things. Because I just see something. And the reason I'm saying this is I see you moving towards your manifestation goals right now. I see you disappointed about something, but not overly internalizing it. And I just see some kind of situation where someone didn't want to do some work, and they walked away expecting you to chase them, and now they've recognized that they've locked themselves out of your life. They don't get to come back. They don't get to come back articulating how sad they are when they were the ones that energetically walked away. And they're just saying, remember, like I keep on hearing, if someone tries to come back in this way, remember if they were the one that walked away in the first place. Don't let them twist it around on you. Because I just keep on hearing, I would never do that to you. I keep on hearing someone say, remember, I would never do that to you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, we do. Oh man. We say what we mean, and we mean what we say. And we don't say things to get our way. We say what we mean, and we mean what we say. And we don't say things to get our way. Because when energy doesn't want to put the work in, they will say, stop hassling me. Get off my back. Right? I don't want this. If someone had that point, if they pushed you away and now they're locked out and now they're outside your door at the boombox, you don't let them back in. I miss you is not the same as someone saying that was unconscionable. I never should have done that to you. I miss you is not the same as someone saying you never should have put up with that. That wasn't okay. Don't let someone pull on your heartstrings in relationality to how much they mourn the fact that you're no longer in their life when they are the ones that slam the door in your face. And again, if they come back in this way, that is not a chalkboard erase moment. Time does not heal all wounds. That's a bookmark. And if you say, are you ready to have that conversation? And this is why we say, like, if someone owes us that apology, right? Like they need to articulate, because I feel like there's some kind of situation here where you called someone out on some stuff and they ran away scared, but instead, like, it almost feels to me like a situation where someone put themselves in double jeopardy, where they don't want to talk about something because you were right. You were absolutely right. And they ran away in the other direction rather than facing the fact that you called them out on something. So if they're not ready to take accountability for that, you don't let them back in. And that's why I keep on seeing right now absolutely no settling. Don't, and that's what they're saying settling would be. Settling would be like, I miss this so much. I don't need that apology. I miss that so much. I don't need to hold on to something. They're saying if you were holding on to something that was important, it's not picky unless it's important. And if someone ran away instead of having that conversation, they owe you an explanation. Thank you so much. It's not, and again, it's not about, that isn't you. That isn't you being a stick in the mud. If it's something that's important. And again, you can tell it's the different, like if your higher self is saying, like, I have your higher self saying, I'm willing to have a conversation on why it wasn't okay. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lucy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. If you'd like to secure one of those spots, just go ahead and send the donation. The next person on the list for today is Kimoy. Kimoy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we're at 43.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Nope, you'll never miss it, Susie. I wasn't going to grab a reading tape, but I thought of a question. Oh, I love it, Susie. Excited too. You're so welcome, beautiful. I love your name, by the way. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. I have to say, I've been opening up connection to Metatron. Oh my goodness, the sign. It's a big energy. Hi there, Ray. Happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. And Coco, thank you for the follow. Psychic, thank you for the follow. Addie, this is helpful. Like, dangling a treat is a way to create a relationship. Exactly. It's not. Like, that's literally what I'm seeing here. Like, a healthy relationship is not someone that dangles the relationship as a way to try to energetically sustain the relationship. Thank you for confirmation. I resonate with this so much. Thank you, Alexis. Thank you, Eleni, for also receiving this message. And thank you, Sunshine and Nicholas, for the follows. Thank you for confirmation, Hun Bun. And thank you, Monica, for that adorable. I love that teddy. It was so cute. Thank you, Addie. And thank you for the confetti, dear. Thank you, Patty, for those roses. Hope you're having a beautiful day. You can absolutely have a reading on love right now, Kimoy. Thank you. Hopefully I'm focusing my energy in the right place now. It says to me, like, here's the thing. Like, and I keep on hearing, like, you'll know you're focusing energy in the right direction. Like, this is saying chariot energy, which is consistent. Like, consistency is key. Consistent effort. They're saying you will know it's for you when there's consistent effort. It's not going to leave you wondering what's happening, because it's like the reliability of something that is, and I keep on hearing, that's why I keep on hearing someone saying, coming towards you and saying, like, that consistency is like, it doesn't require someone to try it. Like, I keep on hearing, when you're looking for an excuse, you'll always find a reason. Whereas I feel like there's something about the change that's happening around you right now of someone, like, showing you what it looks like to have that invested intentional effort. Like, they're saying that's not something you can create in another. It's something you have to observe. And Sammy, thank you for the follow. All right. And Kimoy, love reading for Kimoy, please. And if I'm saying your name incorrectly, by all means, always feel free to correct me. I feel like there's something about you navigating an intimacy wound here. Do you have Aries placements? Because this is giving me this is giving me some kind of situation or circumstance that feels like it's almost a little too close for comfort. But I got to tell you, sometimes we recognize like sometimes like the thing with like navigating intimacy wounds, like the thing I love about navigating an intimacy wound is it's almost calibrated with like feelings, yuck. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's giving me some kind of energy of you having to navigate something and being it's like working through your own cringe, you know? Like, and I want to kind of tell you, like, this is why we talk about like healing the intimacy wound is I am cringe, but I'm free because um I just kind of see this. Um this is working through something that someone made you feel embarrassed about, like this is working through something in some way, like I feel like there's something here, like I see you like shying away from something, but I see you shying away from something because you've got like a big wound around it, you know? There's anxiety here. Like this is a sore subject. And I keep on seeing that, and um I mean this with like conscientiousness, when we're dealing with sore subjects, um like I keep on hearing like the only way out is through to a certain extent, right? Because I just keep on seeing that, um and I want you talking through something here. Like I want you talking through your fear because I see you I see you working in the space of like something that you like I see you working in the space of I keep on hearing something that you desired, but like there's there's a lot of like anxiety or surrounding something. There's a lot of this, um and that's why I keep on hearing, you know, the trust that we create in each other is not being I keep on hearing not being changeable in the face of our fear, but being able to talk about our fear in a way that we can articulate what it is that we need from one another to feel energetically supported. And so I feel like I see you almost working through, and I'm just going to describe to you what I'm seeing right now that may help with a conversation, which is when we change our mind too much, we start to lose faith in each other, right? Because it's often like a changeable mind, like living in the context of a changeable mind. It's like someone doesn't intend to, but it feels like the rug is being pulled out from under you all the time, you know? Like it's those moments that it almost like creates that shock. And so I feel like there's something about this that you have to try to work on building trust with someone again by saying, like, I want to know that you're on my side on things. Like, I want to know that I can energetically rely on you because it almost like I feel like this is you navigating some feeling of looking at someone and saying, like, you know, like this is a sensitive subject for me. I've got a lot of trauma around it. And I almost would be curious, like, I feel like there might be a situation here where there's somebody with Sagittarius placements too, because, and I also have Sag placements, so I know I'm guilty of this. Sometimes the thing about it, I'm going to walk through something here, especially if someone has Sag placements, is Sag placements use humor often to as a coping mechanism. And it's something that Sages often have to work through, because something that Sages find is very funny, um, another person can take the wrong way. And so I almost see a situation that you're like, you have to like work, like I keep on saying, like you have to sit down and articulate to someone what it is that you're feeling, because I keep on seeing that, like, it feels like somebody's trying to bring one thing, that some I keep almost feel like a situation where someone keeps on trying to lighten the mood, but the mood should not become like the mood should not come at the cost of your own feelings, is what I keep on hearing. Like I keep on hearing the mood should not come at the cost of your own feelings. And so and one of the things that I feel like is going to help with a conversation like this is remembering our emotions are never a burden, so long as we bring with them our own prescriptions. So as long as you're telling someone how they're making you feel and then saying, this is what I would prefer you do if that happens again, like almost coming into a space of not being reactive, but saying like, look, what can we like, don't say forget it. Because I keep on saying there's something that you guys keep on saying to a certain extent, saying like when you say forget it, guarantee it will happen again, right? Is something I'm also hearing. This is a forget, like no, just forget it. Because I keep on seeing like that sense of being hypersensitive. It's not about just forgetting that one is sensitive, because a healthy partnership is not one that requires us to disassociate in order to move towards it. It's being able to understand and recognize the sensitivities of each other in order to cultivate an environment where we can foster trust. So I keep on hearing it's not picky unless it's important. But they're also saying make sure that you're communicating how you're feeling, not just coming into that space of being bitter that something is happening. They're saying that something about you clearing your throat chakra is going to help here, because it's going to say to you, it's going to say, we need to start having new rules. We need to I'm sorry I let something go. I'm sorry I didn't say something sooner, but this isn't something I'm comfortable about. This is something that's energetically bothering me. But the ability to like confront it is why I keep on hearing the only way out is through, because it's saying to me it's requiring an uncomfortable situation in order to facilitate a positive breakthrough. Yeah, right. Not I feel like there's something about this in terms of, remember, there's no blame in a healthy relationship. In a healthy relationship, we don't start blaming and being like, well, you start. It's not about that. It's not about who started it, right? Because when we start saying, well, I do this because you do that, it's like you're falling down the stairs. Our behavior should not be conditional in terms of what we're receiving from another. We don't look at the past as an armory. We look at it as a library. We look towards it for reference. We don't look towards it for reasons. So make sure that if you're having conversations with someone in this way, you have to have a conversation about saying we're only allowed to, like, we're clean slate means we only reach into the past as reference. We don't start saying, well, this is what you get because of that, right? Because that, I keep on hearing, it's new rule energy, like being able to recognize and say, and you can take accountability on something by saying, I should have said something sooner, right? Just because you've moved into a space that there's like just because you didn't speak up sooner doesn't mean you don't have the ability to speak up about something. I just keep on seeing, like, you can say, I finally found the words to articulate upon something that's bothering me, or there's something that I notice that keeps happening, that I would like to bring your attention to. Because I keep on hearing the first time you work through something, it's a lesson. But if you have to work through something again and again and again, it feels like it's a habit, right? And the gift that we give each other in healthy partnership is the respective breath of the need that is met with progress. So make sure that you're articulating your needs so another person doesn't have to decipher what they are, and make sure you're recognizing the progress that those needs are asking. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kamoy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I also need to bring something up on that, Kamoy. If someone is articulating that they don't have control over something, that is the first indicator that someone needs to get help with something. If someone's saying I can't help when that is a problem. That is a problem that needs external support to help with. Because whenever we articulate and say I have no control over it, that's immediately the context by which we're saying I need to get support with this. So you might have to like kind of move this into identifying if there's something here that is like having to do with something that doesn't feel like it's like someone like it's working through like whether someone has a handle of changing something here or not. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kamoy. If this message connected, and I keep on hearing there's nothing embarrassing in articulating that you need help with something, is what I keep on hearing, right? Like that is how we become strong, when we identify our weaknesses. Thank you so much. I keep on hearing it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kamoy. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is Diva. Diva, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Strega, stop. Cut it out. All right. And Debbie, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. And just taking a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Also, friends, we are at 45.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this app to move this reading out to those who have not received it before. All right. You're so welcome, beautiful. And Coco, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Psychic Love. All right. And Monica, thank you for that gift. Addie, thank you for that confetti. And thank you, Sammy, for the follow. No Aries placements, but my husband is the Aries. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Yeah, that's what I meant when I was seeing some of that Aries energy. Thank you for confirming. And Heath, thank you for the follow. Nicole, thank you for the follow. Yes, he did embarrass me and I haven't gotten over it. We haven't had a proper conversation. So, and I see even now you saying like, look, I should have said something at the time, right? Like you taking accountability will help, because I see people on seeing like the accountability of you being able to clear your throat chakra is going to allow for something to be healed here. I've been having anxiety over how to approach the conversation. So I hope that some of the things I've said here can help you to reinforce how to begin that conversation. He has Sag placements in Mars and Uranus. Thank you. Yes. And I keep on seeing, I see someone when they're feeling anxious, they use humor as a coping mechanism. So I keep on seeing that one of the ways you might have to say is saying to someone like, look, I know humor is your coping mechanism, but the humor to change the energy in a room shouldn't come at the cost of my feelings. I feel like that there's something, I feel like I see some Pisces placements around you that might have to be navigated here. And that's why I keep on hearing that there's something about you clearing your throat chakra to be able to articulate what you need. Because I'm telling you right now, you tell an Aries Sag, like, this is what I want you to do next time, they'll be able to, right? Thank you as well, Allie, for also receiving that message. You have a great evening, Per. Is the free reading at 50K? No, beautiful. We do a reading giveaway at 50K. So I'll be giving a reading to a random individual in the collective when we get to 50K. I'm feeling this strongly right now. Thank you, Nicole, for also receiving these messages. Hi there, Banks. How are you doing today? Yep, have a beautiful night, Per. Good to see you today. Thank you so much for the guiding on this reading. It's spot on, and the guidance and feedback was very appreciated. I'm so glad, dear. I hope this helps. And thank you so much for trusting me with it. Debbie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I got you, Diva. Love and career. I got you, dear. All right. All right, so I'm gonna do life. I like that. All right, I'm gonna do one card for love, one card for career, and then we'll do high messages from the higher self. Thank you for sharing the live, Dada. And we are very close to that 50K. And also just a reminder, we've got 3 spots left for today. If you would like to claim one of those spots before the list is closed. One card for Diva on love, one card for Diva on career, and one card for Diva highest priority messages, please, on life. I want you to be focusing on, I want you to really embrace this Mars and Leo energy right now. And Mars and Leo energy says to us, rejection is an illusion. Rejection is an illusion. If you're moving towards, if you're embracing your authenticity, if you're taking ownership of your path work, a healthy partnership does not require you to be perfect. And the song you will hear as you move towards what is for you, what is the song you will hear as you move towards what is for you? I don't think you're right for me. The song you will hear as you are moving towards what is for you is, I don't think you are right for me. That is not a space that you should start doing cartwheels to try to prove to another person that you're deserving of their attention. When you experience that, you should say respectfully, thank you for letting me know, and feeling the relief and finding that out sooner rather than later. Your authenticity will not be for everyone. And that's a good thing, because I just keep on seeing that you're doing a lot of work right now, like healing from, like, don't fear rejection. I want you to embrace rejection in love right now. I want you to feel that moment that every time someone says, this isn't really working, be like, thank you. I appreciate the feedback. That's great. Like, because that moment is someone helping you, right? Like, that's why when we're in the context, when we're not going to bend over backwards to try to meet another person's expectations, when someone says, I don't think this is working, we say, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's great news. Very happy to hear this. Thank you for not wasting my time. Thank you for not making me, like, run, like, go through all, like, I keep on hearing better sooner than later. And I keep on hearing the message too. Your manifestation goals are not too much for the person that's in alignment with you. And what are you going to hear around energy that's not for you right now? Whoa, you're intense. Whoa. We just met. No, slow down. No. Whoa, where's all this coming from? All of that is the sound of someone that does not have the same manifestation goals as you. A little fast, aren't you? Yeah, you're going to be fast. That's what the energy is going to say when they want to just have your attention without any direction. They're going to say that you're moving too fast to your manifestation goals. They're going to say, and what are you also going to hear? What are you also going to hear with someone that doesn't want the same things as you? Why are you ruining a good thing? Everything was going perfectly, and then you had to take it to a whole different place. Yeah. Because energy that's wasting your time will see your manifestation goals as a burden that's destroying what their perfect is. That's why I keep on hearing, like, don't Don't let someone make you feel that those manifestation goals are a burden. If they say you're asking for too much, you say, thank you for letting me know. That's not the person for you. That's a blessing in disguise. Because everything I keep on seeing here, and I got to tell you, I see a lot of positivity that you're moving towards. And the overarching message I keep hearing is that the sound you will hear in partnership will be finally someone who gets it. And that's not you saying that. That's them saying that. Finally. Oh, I've been looking for you everywhere. Like that's what you're gonna hear when you're in alignment. Someone being, where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh, we don't have to do this song and dance. What a relief. Yes, I would love to skip to the good part. Right? Now, and that's what I'm seeing right now in love. Now, as it relates to career, it's the same thing. You've got the same energetic force happening, clarity in terms of where something's going. Because I feel like there's something about this. So you've been sticking around waiting for something here. And they're saying that if there's some kind of, I don't know if there's like some kind of promotion that you've been waiting for or something that's been dangled before you, um, encourage the conversation, break the ice on it. It says to me you have to kind of find the confidence to step forward. Again, the same work happening across love and career right now. Clear that throat chakra. Say, I like this. And if someone says, oh, I don't really think it's the time that now's the time, say, okay, when's a good time for us to return to this conversation? I want you to write down that statement because they're saying it's going to help you a lot right now, both in love and in career. If you're trying to find out about the direction that something's going in and someone is vacillating, they're saying now is not the right time. They're saying just to say to them, that's fine. When is a good time for us to return to this conversation? Because that's going to give you all the indication of that you need between someone that's trying to give you lip service and say, oh yeah, we'll get there eventually. Right? Because often when someone has exactly what they want, they'll often try to say, we'll get there eventually. Instead of the energy that says, you put a pin in it. You say, no, this is something that we're working towards. And on this date, I'll be ready to move towards that with you. So they're saying, don't let someone push that ball and inevitably up the hill forever. Make them put a pin in it. Because everything you need to know about putting a pin in it says to another person, I'm patient, but I'm only patient for things that are actually becoming a reality. Not maybe, not someday, not eventually. A plan, the difference between a wish and a plan are dates on when something's going to happen. So it's not too much to ask for someone to put the pins in the map as it relates to a manifestation goal. And both for career and love. Bottom of the deck, yeah. The difference between a wish and a manifestation is a plan of action, right? And so that's the difference between someone that says someday, right? And sometimes when someone doesn't want to change anything, they like things just the way they are. Unfortunately, the energy will say, well, yeah, someday. Someday does not exist. Someday is not a real thing. A date is a date. And when energy continues to say someday instead of saying this day, that is usually how you can tell the difference between someone giving you lip service in terms of wanting to keep you in a certain space and just promising something that they don't have any intention of fulfilling versus someone saying, I'm going to make good on that promise. It's going to be this date. This is when you can expect that. So make sure that you're not getting lip service. Remember, asking for a timeline is not too much to ask for someone that wants the same things as you. It's to prevent the difference between someone that's trying to stall and keep you in a place inevitably versus someone that's actually building into the pathwork of what you can energetically expect. Thank you so much, Diva, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today is Susie. Susie, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Debbie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Diva. Thank you for sharing the live data. I know, you can tell, like Strega, she's like, you can set a clock on it. Thank you for sharing the live data. Hold on a minute, just reading over the comments. Emma, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Queen Eleanor, for subscribing. Aries energy here. Whoop, whoop. I love it. We've got a lot of Aries here. Beautiful. Hi there, movement. How are you doing today, dear? Thank you as well, Diva, for those hearts. Thank you for the help, Bridget. And thank you again. When someone says, ew, we say thank you. Tap to claim, Susie. Emma, thank you for the follow. Attention with no direction, toddler behavior. Tap to claim. I love this message. Thank you for receiving it as well, Pearl. Please, lol, I'm tired. But this is the thing. Like they're saying, embrace that tiredness. You know, like I'm just seeing it here. Like they're saying, like, that's the whole thing. Be like, look, I'm sorry. Like, embrace the tiredness. Be like, I respectfully, I don't have time for it. You know, like they're saying, like, embrace it. Skip to the good part. Tap to claim. Thank you as well, Sophia, for the hearts. Holly, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Maybe someday, guys, could take years. We're too cute for that. I love that. We're too cute for that. And Saibi, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Sophia. And thank you, Pearl, for the follow. Okay, Susie. Oh, I love this. 1 card on what's coming in 3 months. Keep getting messages on that. And 3 cards, spirit-led. I got you. Hi, G. We're using the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, borderless. This is also the deck that I teach my classes on, if it helps. Sag here. I know my sisters are the ones getting these readings, but I've been resonating so hard with this live. Thank you, Nicole. That's what we do for each other here. Again, thank you for being here and also receiving these messages. We also have brothers here too. Again, we are equal opportunity in the messages being shared. Sisters and brothers. All right, next person we're reading for today. We're doing Susie and friends. Oh, we reached 50K. Wonderful. All right. I'm going to do Susie's reading. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to that 50K milestone. And then we're going to give away the 50K reading. So stick around a moment. And reminder for anyone else who would like to get on the list today, we've got 3 spots left. All right. I'm in. I need another expansion. No problem, Grace. All right. Oh, and Alexandra, are you here? Are you going to take your reading today? All right. And thank you. All right. So actually, yes, of course. I'm going to do the 50K now before we get started on Susie's reading. Let's just get it out of the way. Hi there, Connie. All right, because I've already got it. We're doing 1 card on what's coming up in the future. Let me just read it over again. Hold on a minute. Where'd it go? 1 card on what's coming in and 3 cards spirit-led. Yep, we can absolutely do that. All right. Hi there, Abu. All right, so I am going to be thinking of a number right now between... I'm going to think of a number right now between 1 and 55. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in order than you guys don't see. Nope. 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 No. 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 No, no. Whoa, 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 back it up. Hold on, I saw it. Junie, congratulations. You got our 50K giveaway. We will do that again when we get to 100K. For everyone else who wants to get on the list right now, we've got 3 spots left before the list will be closed for today. Thank you guys so much for participating. Thank you as well. Congratulations, dear. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, so we are doing a reading now. Whoop! We're doing a reading now for Susie. All right, that's one, clearly. Are these all... Okay, that's the reading. Okay, that's fine. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, got a lot of transverse cards here right now, Susie. But we're going to read them. I mean, this is interesting because it feels like relief. You know, it's giving me a little bit of this like help is on the way kind of energy. You know, it's not the fact. It's like the opposite of having to change something. Like whatever this is, I keep on hearing it's like it's almost something that says like in perpetuity. You know what I mean? Um, like this is, it almost feels like something that's going to get easier is what I keep seeing. And that's why I'm also like don't give up on something is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing like a lot of these messages saying don't abandon your dream. Um because I keep on hearing it's not like it's interesting too because I keep on hearing it's not over. It's not, I keep on hearing it's not over until it's over. And it's only over. You want to hear it's only over when you say it's energetic. I don't mean that in like a threatening way. I mean like, it's you kind of like having to work through some energetic path work of tenacity, you know? Like this is saying to me, like this is saying continue to persevere on something. Um, because something that you're persevering on, like it feels like I almost see the fact that it feels like something here is gaining momentum. I also feel like the thing you have to recognize is what's beautiful about this is I think that there's something deeper that's happening right now in relationality to healing um, from some sense of trauma. And I gotta stress this, like, I have to point this out. Sometimes when we come into something that's energetically positive, um, we build into that context or that anxiety of feeling or fearing that the other shoe is going to drop, you know? Like, I almost feel like the thing that you're waiting for is healing from some kind of drama or some kind of, it's funny that I was about to say trauma, but instead I heard drama, which almost like created that sense of unreality. That like that's the problem with trauma is like when we carry trauma, when good things start happening, it's hard for us to believe it, right? Because it's almost like that energy that constantly makes us feel like this is too good to be true. But they're saying that, your ability of being energetically consistent through that feeling is the breakthrough, you know? Like, that's the thing I almost see that's happening here. I feel like that thing that you're waiting for is almost like some kind of message that says sometimes a good thing is just genuinely a good thing, you know? And I keep on seeing, like, they're saying, like, healing is not linear. You don't I keep on hearing, you don't have to heal one thing in order for another thing to come through. Because you have to remember that when we're working in the space of trauma, we never heal from trauma, right? Like, that's the thing with trauma. Trauma often says to us, "Oh, everything will be okay when I get over it." And that is the fiction. Like, that's the fiction of the trauma, which is we never get over the things that traumatize us. We learn how to carry them differently. And I keep on seeing that, like, the breakthrough that you're having is almost that space that I see you, like honoring some kind of pain that you've been carrying, but saying it's not the first thing you think of. It's not creating that context where it feels like it's overwhelming you. Like, I keep on hearing, like, a little bit of that breakthrough I told you is that moment of feeling like this too shall pass, because they just keep on saying to me, you've walked away from something that was hurting you. And a lot of that is, I keep on hearing, like, you're recognizing the power of your legs in terms of how far they can carry you. Sometimes, like, distance is its own reward. Like, honestly, like, sometimes getting away from something is just making the first, like, they're almost saying, like, the space, like, the hardest part is making a choice. The other part is being consistent in that choice. And I keep on hearing that something about that is you're having some kind of big anniversary coming up in terms of you making the choice that you weren't going to put up with something anymore, right? And in the moment that you weren't putting up with something, you chose yourself, right? And I keep on seeing that there's something about you honoring that choice and being able to, like, overcome something. Like, it just keeps on saying to me, like, I keep on hearing, like, something, like, it's giving me, like, walking away from good for nothing energy, right? Like, walking away from something that someone was constantly trying to put you in a state of disempowerment by saying, you don't, what, like, I keep on hearing someone say, like, what are you going to do without me? Right. And I keep on hearing that wasn't the end, that was the beginning. That wasn't the end, that was the beginning of your story. And I keep on seeing that there's something about that journey, about you moving into the anniversary, that feels like it's going to help you recognize how far you've come. Bottom of the deck on this reading, I don't know why I keep on feeling this. Like, I almost hear someone that was trying to keep you into some kind of point of disempowerment by trying to say to you, like, I don't know why I'm hearing, like, something really negative here, like someone saying, like, you're not going to amount to anything. But, like, I keep on hearing, like, the pain. Like, who do you think you are? Like, the pain that someone needs to be in when they see someone trying to reach their goals and takes it personally. Like, they're saying even now, like, there's something about you coming into some kind of full circle moment that almost articulates the fact that you're not having to prove anything to anyone. Like, I keep on hearing you already proved it. And there's something about this that they're saying that you never were proving anything to anyone. You had to prove it to yourself. And there's something beautiful about this, because they're saying, like, I keep on hearing, like, in some way, you fulfilled your obligation in showing someone what you could accomplish. This one's for you, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing you say to someone, this one's for me. Because I almost see you saying to someone, I don't, I'm not like you. I hear you saying, I'm not like you. because I don't look for excuses. I keep on hearing, I don't look for excuses. I always find reasons. I just keep on hearing you say something where there's something about your path work in terms of saying to another person, I'm not like you because I don't look for excuses. I always find reasons. But the energy that is always looking for excuses will always see the energy looking for reasons. And what will the song be that they sing to them? Who do you think you are? Answer that call. But you answer that call for yourself. And that's what I feel like you're building into. It's like I almost see you saying like that is you answering that question, not feeling like it's an insult, but feeling like it's a call to reintroduce yourself is what I keep on seeing. Thank you. Like, and I keep on hearing like yeah, I keep on hearing a moment that you're having with someone who used to say, "Who do you think you are?" And you almost coming back to them and saying, "Nice to meet you." Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Susie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 cards left. I mean, 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we are reading for today is Angela. Angela, I believe you just sent me a note. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for after Angela. So now is a great time if you'd like to claim one of those remaining spots. Also, we're at 55.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this reading out to those who have not received it before. So make sure that you do so. I really appreciate when you do. Thank you guys so much for that. We are also, just a reminder on what we read for here. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We also do past life readings. We do dream interpretation readings. We also do spirit guide, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, love readings, angelic guidance readings. If you wanted to see the full list of things that we offer readings upon, you can go over to the tree that has Binks in it in my Lio, and you can find the full list there. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Jojo. How are you doing today? Let me just read over some of these comments. And congratulations again, Junie. Help is on the way. Yeah, exactly the energy. That's exactly what I was hearing, Susie. This energy, it feels like it'll go on forever. And that's the thing about it. Like I keep on seeing, like I keep on hearing you say to someone, like the breakthrough is being like, it wasn't a phase, is what I keep on hearing. I feel like there was someone that was like, this is a phase. And you're like, it's not a phase. It's not a phase. Like when you're holding a vibe, it's not a phase, is what I keep on hearing. I needed this reading. Thank you, Abu, for also receiving it. When have I tenaced? When have I tenaced enough? Ella, I adore you. When have I tenaced enough? Oh, you have to move. You're moving back to your hometown. Thank you for let me introduce myself. Who do you think you are? Nice to meet you. Like thank you. Like that's what I was seeing about this full circle moment. Thank you. I feel like this is for me too. Thank you, Connie, for receiving this message as well. They're saying I need to heal. They're saying I need to heal before new things come in. I actually feel like this is you recognizing that you've healed. Like that's the energy. Like the song you'll hear is you'll heal is it doesn't hurt anymore. Right? It's not that it's gone entirely. It's the fact that it doesn't bother you is what I see. Thank you, 810, for being here and receiving these messages as well. Church for real. I love that. And thank you, Exceptional, for sharing the live. I feel this strongly as well. Thank you, Full Body Tingles. Thank you, Nikki, for also receiving these messages. Hi there, Hardy. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Sending you support on that journey. I'm not sure. I don't know about the space of regret to path work. I mean, I don't think anybody ever wants to be in a space of regretting path work. I had negative energy come in from all sides. I disconnected it all. Like, that's what I keep on seeing. Like, I see you, like, they're saying to me that the breakthrough is you being like, this isn't a phase. This is me raising my vibration, you know? Hi there, Lynn. My ex must have had a lot of contempt energy towards me now. I just keep on seeing someone like I see someone that was like, you'll be back someday, you know? Like, that's what I keep on seeing. But I see you being like, I'm back. I see you being, but I see you being like, I'm back, but you're not back for anyone. It's like you're showing up for yourself. Can you repeat the question you said? I wanted to hear it once more. Which part? Oh, the question being, who do you think you are? And I see like that energy was saying, who do you think you are? And you being like, hi, nice to meet you. Right? Like, I see you being like owning it in a way of someone being like, you haven't met me before. Thank you, Bridget. Yes, I claim this energy. Nice to meet you is so powerful. Thank you. Happy to read for you on that, Sunai. If you'd like to get on the list, we've got 3 spots open today. Again, I don't take that donation payment, dear. I apologize. The ones that I offer are listed in the comments, or you can send the gift. We are going to get to 1 card reading soon, Hardy, and you are a subscriber now, so I'll be happy to pull a card for you when we get to that point. But we do them once we get to the conclusion of the personal readings. Good evening, Jojo. You're so welcome, Susie. I hope that helps. Now time to drop all the BS. I love it. Thank you. Everything for my highest good. Tap to claim. Thank you as well, Hardy, for the roses. Oh, thank you for enjoying this and being here and receiving these messages, Jojo. Hi there, Casey. Jennifer. Yes, my reading was missed on Tuesday when my name as Joanne, not Jennifer. I can just confirm that, dear. Can you please, I just need to confirm this. Joanne, I need you to tell me, put the initial of where you sent the payment, the donation, because I never had, and this might have been my error, I never had a Jennifer or Joanne on my list for Tuesday. I had a Jessica. So if you could please just let me know what the date was that you sent the donation, and also not just the first name, but the initial of the last name, I'll be happy to honor your space on the list. I just need more information. Thank you. But thank you for coming back. I appreciate that. Again, as long as we can find where the donation was, no, you see, that's the thing. You're giving a completely different name now, Jennifer. So I already did the reading for Jessica. So what I need from you is I need you to give me the letter of where you sent the donation. I also need the actual name that it was sent under, and I need the last name initial. If you can provide that, I'm happy to honor the reading. I have not seen the payment, the donation that you've been articulating that you sent over. And as long as we get that, as long as we can clarify that, you should be able to find it in your payment source. I'll be happy to honor the reading. And thank you so much, Chelsea, for the follow. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Angela. Angela, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. Hardy, thank you so much for that beautiful gift. And Hardy, just a reminder, if you would like a full reading with the gift of a baby dragon or a meteor shower will give you a full reading. All right. Second call right now for Angela. If Angela is not here, we're going to proceed forward. And the next person we're reading for today is Junie. Junie, if you're here. Excellent. That's perfect, dear. I'll confirm that right now. And I really appreciate you double checking for me on that. And just a reminder, if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be we've got 3 spots left for today, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on these apps, pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading. As long as when you send the baby dragon, Hardy, I'm happy to read for you. I just haven't seen it come through yet. No, it's no problem, Jennifer. Whenever you get on the list, I'm always ready to, we always honor the space on the list. I just need to go back now and see if I can find that, because when I was looking for it before, I was not seeing it. And that may have been an error on my part. So I'm just going to double check. All right. And just a reminder to anybody who's joining us, we are also at 53K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And if you just guys bear with me a moment, please. I'm just confirming someone on the list. All right. All right. I see it right here, Jennifer. We've got you. Let me just double check. We've got you on Tuesday. Perfect. Thank you for confirming that, dear. You will be read for after Junie. We've got, and if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 2 more spots. Yep, I've got you, dear. Thank you for confirming that. I appreciate it. All right. Chelsea, thank you for the follow. Second call right now. I am looking for Angela or Junie. Angela or Junie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, we've got 2 spots left for today, and then the list will be closed. Second call right now. Hi there, Junie. Thank you so much for winning our highest gifter. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder to anybody joining us, we've got 2 spots left for tonight before the list will be closed. 2 spots left. Absolutely happy to give you a general. All right, perfect. That was your Nana's name. It's such a beautiful name. I really like it. All right, and to get on the list, Nicole, 77, all you need to do is send the donation payment via my tree that has Binks in my bio, and you can secure one of the 2 spots that are remaining today. Trina, thank you so much for getting on the list. We've got 1 more spot today before the list will be closed. 1 more spot if anyone else wants to claim that. Can I please get, and let me just update this here for those who are joining us. Perfect. Okay, can I please have 3 cards for Junie? General, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Got a transverse out. You've got this. I feel like you're navigating some situation right now that you're feeling energetically unstable. But I need to stress this right now. I feel like there's something about finding that energetic stability point that is kind of, I want to say to a certain extent, it feels like it's kind of requiring you to like throw a little caution to the wind. Because, and I feel like this has been something that you've been struggling with. You know, like, and it's giving me a lot of those messages and remembering stability, the feeling of energetic stability is not found in what we have. It's found in how we experience the circumstances that are found around us. I'm going to say that again. Stability is never found in what we have. Stability is where what we find within us as we face the circumstances around us. And I feel like that is important here because I just see, like, I see you like navigating or working through some kind of regret. But they're saying to me that, like, whatever that regret is, like, it's giving me a lot of the energy that says there's nothing that you've done that you can't undo. Like, there's like, it's giving me a little bit of this energy. Like, it's saying to me, like, it's giving me a little bit of this energy. And I feel like it's your higher self saying, if you got yourself into something, you can move yourself back out of it, right? They're saying, like, no stuck energy because it has to do, like, it has to do with energetic intention. So they're saying don't lose hope in as it relates to becoming, like, to finding that point of stabilization. Everything, I keep on hearing, everything can be fixed in the context of time and prioritization, but also don't don't move too quickly, right? Like, they're saying take take the energetic necessary steps in what creates, I keep on seeing, in what creates that point of stabilization for you. I keep on hearing no grand gestures. Like no, like no, like it's giving me like none of this, like, bah, you know what I mean? Like they're saying, like, the ability to be conscientious is saying to a certain extent that, like, everything about this time for you is building upon the like, and I want to keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing the plan of prioritizing your energetic well-being. And they're saying that you can, first of all, they're saying that you should always prioritize that, right? Like, one's own ability to be able to navigate and prioritize um, stability. And I keep on seeing the most important step in being energetically stable is not being reactive, right? I keep on hearing intention, intention, intention. Um, because I just keep on seeing that your ability to stay grounded through something, not let someone, I keep on saying, not let someone else destabilize you by their own volatility, like almost coming into that space of being non-reactive. um like, I keep on hearing things like, I'm not going to speak to you if you're going to be like this. You know what I mean? Like, almost like having to recognize and identify the boundaries that you're putting up in relationality. I keep on hearing it's not about doing something differently. Often we create change by articulating what we're not going to be doing anymore. So they're saying, think about that as the steps of moving towards your own empowerment at this time. Because I just keep on seeing, um, like, almost you coming into space of saying, like I am, like, I almost see you almost taking a step and being like, listen, and I keep on hearing, like, I'm accepting things how they are. I'm taking my accountability in terms of what it is that can be changed. And these are the changes going forward to be able to build into a space of something that feels energetically supportive. And I almost feel like there's something about that in terms of giving something to someone that they're asking for, right? Like, not coming into a space of arguing, but almost saying, like, listen, I'm trying to answer your needs. You're stating through your articulation that this is what you want. So I keep on hearing that it's like, almost like, if someone is being reactive to you, and then you actually, like, if you don't work in the, they're saying, like, you don't have to work against that. Like, I almost hear you saying, like, I'm giving you what you're asking for. You know what I mean? I almost hear you saying, so, like, this is what we talk about as we talk about surrender, which is understanding the difference that feels like a tug of war, right? Where we're constantly apologizing and scrambling to appease someone versus saying, like, I'm taking the, like, I'm just addressing what it is you're demanding and accepting that this isn't something that you aspire for, right? Like it's almost requiring you to have to say to another person, I'm finally going to give you what you've been asking for. I'm just accepting that that is what it is. So they're saying, think about that a lot right now. Like, think about the aspect of surrender. And surrender doesn't mean that we give up on something. Surrender is when we stop insisting that something is other than it is, right? And often in that moment that we stop trying to fight against what another person's asking and saying, what would appease you? Right? It's almost like that moment, like it's like when you're navigating the space of someone demanding things, like saying what we're not, but instead saying, well, what would you like? That sometimes someone goes speechless because it's the difference between navigating a volatility that feels like there's no end in sight versus almost like navigating the volatility with inquisitiveness, where one is trying to like answer the call that helps another person understand and identify that something that they're saying doesn't make any sense. So they're saying, don't let someone's confusion get the better of you. If someone is being reactive, don't match their vibration. Ask the question, right? If someone is expressing displeasure in something, say, well, what would you prefer? Right? And if they can't articulate that, it's not your responsibility to figure it out for them, right? We don't scramble to appease each other. But often when we're scrambling to appease each other, it's somebody who's cranky, who's like always like, ah, and you're bending over backwards to try to understand what would make them appease instead of saying, well, what would please you? So work in that context because I keep on seeing something about you changing your motivation in something and not letting something like get the better of you. If someone is articulating their displeasure in you and then you articulate to them and say what would please you and they can't answer it, you've you found you found the problem, right? Because that is someone that cannot be pleased. And often, someone that cannot be pleased will often be griping about how much everything displeases them. But then, when you say to them, well, what is it that you would like? You'll suddenly find that they've lost things to say, right? Because that is the energy of the gripe. It's constant displeasure, but with no articulation in relationality to what another person desires. So, again, if you're in that moment, don't get in a fight. Say, listen, I'm going to give you what you're asking for. And if they say that's not what I'm asking for, then say, well, what is it that you would like? And if they cannot answer that, then you have to say, I'm afraid you're not making any sense. I need to step away from you until you start making sense. Because again, we can identify trauma because the only thing more foolish than experiencing trauma is trying to go towards trauma trauma is confusion. And if you're experiencing true trauma, you cannot get to the heart of the confusion and find sense there. Often, the fact that no one is making sense is the source of the trauma. That's when you can say to another, I need to step away from this because it's not safe until you start making sense. Bottom of the deck on this reading, don't fight with confusion. The only thing more ridiculous than experiencing energy that is confusing is trying to bring logic into a space that there's no logic. Trauma has no logic. When someone is being argumentative for the sake of being argumentative, there is no amount of logic that you can bring to a situation where you will find reason. If that is the confusion, you can articulate and say, I need to step away from this because you're not making sense. If they cannot meet your rationality, that is a perfectly good reason to say, I cannot be invested in this. I cannot engage in something that is not logical. So don't let yourself be pulled into and you can walk away from someone and say, I'm not abandoning you. I just need clarity. And if all you're asking from someone is clarity and you're saying, listen, I will come towards you as soon as you're clear. And if all they continue to bring you is conflict, then you can recognize and say it's not necessarily safe for you to that is not something that you're creating. That is something that you're navigating. But don't let someone make you look like you're the one that is like going like this type of energy will make you seem like you're the one that's loopy because they're doing things that are energetically unreasonable. You cannot bring logic. You have to step away. And you can say, I'm stepping back until this makes sense. Bring clarity. I'm happy to meet you. And if they can't bring clarity, if all they're bringing is more trauma, then recognize that that's you taking the necessary steps to energetically protect yourself. Don't engage with something that doesn't make sense. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Junie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Lyo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Angela. Angela, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also, friends, we are at 58.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And if anyone is interested, if you have information that you would like to share with me that you feel is relevant to your reading, for instance, if we are doing a dream interpretation or a past life, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you're a subscriber you have access to our subscriber only Discord channel, you can post it there in the designated channels for those readings. Always, Rainbow. We'll be getting to 1 cards once we finish the full readings. All right. I'm in a very toxic marriage and trying to navigate how to leave. I've stayed through so much, sending you so much support on that journey, Junie. I hope these messages help you on that journey. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Thank you as well, Hardy. You have nothing to apologize, Hardy. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages as well. You're so welcome, Jess. Thank you for the follow, dear. Yes, non-reactive with those who are dealing with their stuff. The advice is a true gem. Thank you, Addie. And Soul, thank you for the follow. Thank you as well, Junie, for receiving these messages. And Chris, thank you for the follow. Trauma has no logic, always. Thank you, Creative, for being here and receiving these messages. You're so welcome, Junie. Allow the space for silence to do the work. I've been learning this. Creative. What a beautiful way of saying that. Thank you for being here and sharing that message. Don't engage with someone that doesn't make sense. Tap to claim Addie. Grand Rising, Team Ulsana. All right. And thank you. Okay, second call right now for Angela. Second call right now for Angela. If Angela is not here, we're moving forward to Jennifer. Jennifer, thank you so much for coming back and honoring your reading. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder, we've got 1 more spot left for today. If you would like to claim that spot, you'll be the final person we read for before we move into 1 card readings for subscribers. Nikki, I feel that the inability or lack of desire to give clarity to another is a lack of respect. Well, and you need to point this out, like we've talked about this here, Nikki. We are not responsible for the feelings that we create in each other, right? I have no ownership on how you feel about me. I mean, unless there's something I could do to change something. The only feeling that we have the responsibility for that we create in another is confusion. Because if we create confusion in another, we always have the ability to bring clarity. So that is the responsibility that we hold to each other in a space of healing. We always, if we see, because we recognize that trauma is created where there is confusion. So we owe it to one another not to be confusing, but to try to bring clarity to each other as much as we can. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the comments. All right. General, but also upcoming wedding. Ooh, in Italy. That's amazing. Fantastic. We love that, Jennifer. All right. So what I'll do, Jennifer, is I'm going to draw. I'll draw. You want me to do? We've got, and thank you for being a subscriber, dear. So you get 4 cards. So what I'll do is, do you want to do 2 cards general and 2 cards on the trip? Would you prefer that? Exactly. It's like being clear is how you show me you truly respect and care about my emotions. And again, we can only, this is why we work on ourselves, because when we're not working on ourselves, we often can be very confusing. Absolutely. Thank you, Jennifer. Can I please get 2 cards for Jennifer General and 2 cards on the trip? Thank you. Are you planning a move? I feel like there's something about the time that you're going through right now. You're kind of portable, you know? I feel like this is a little bit of you like energetically sightseeing. Um, I see you like hopping around right now. I see you trying things out, you know? Like I think that I feel like there's something here. Like I keep on hearing something as it relates to locationality. I still haven't found what I'm looking for, you know? There's a wanderlust here. But I think it's interesting because I feel like something about that wanderlust is giving me this, like, it's giving me the vibration of, I would be curious as to where your Libra placements are. Um, because I almost have the sensation, the vibration of someone that doesn't really feel at home anywhere, you know? I also feel like um you've reached the end of some kind of obligation in relationality to a locationality. You know, I feel like there was a time that you had to kind of stay in a certain area, but that time, like, I feel like it's like, I feel like I keep on hearing it's like making the best out of like a new opportunity. You know, it's like turning some lemons into lemonade. I just see you kind of in that space of being like, this is an energetic blessing in disguise to a certain extent. Um, and it's kind of fun because it feels to me like it's giving me a little bit of like, why not, you know, like it's like something that's not um like stopping you, or something that's like on the horizon that allows for some kind of new possibility as it relates to doing something or being somewhere. Now in relationality, you know, in relationality to, and it's funny too because I feel like this is you getting over, like it's getting over the blahs to a certain extent, because I also see that it's remembering that it's nice to have something to look forward to. You know, there's also something really important about that as well. Um, and that's why I see you starting something new. I see you creating something. I see you doing something that gets you like out of some kind of rut here, because there's something about um, giving, like, wanting a reason, like I keep on hearing wanting a reason to go out, wanting a reason to explore something, but potentially not having it. Like I keep on hearing like you need someone come you need someone, you need, like, I feel like it's almost like you forming a club or something, because it almost is like you being like, I'm not going to do it for myself, but if I got the right group of people together, like we should make this a thing. Like I see you being like, we should make this, like we should make this a thing. Like this, we should make this something that we do more often. And everything I keep on seeing about that feels like it's triggered by this trip. There's something about you going to this trip, getting out of your comfort zone, being able to explore and experience something. And I'm also getting some kind of sense of reunion energy. I'm getting some kind of sense of reunion. And like I keep on hearing, it's been so long. Let's not let it be so long again. So it's interesting because it almost feels to me like there's something that happens at the event that feels like an energetic reunion, And then I see you to a certain extent. I almost see like energy like that exchanges the pleasantries that says like we shouldn't let so much time pass again, and you kind of like manning the helm, if you will, in terms of taking on the responsibility of making that pleasantry a promise. I keep on hearing the difference between a pleasantry and a promise is a plan. So I almost see that there's something about this trip that inspires you to energetically commit to something that becomes something that you look forward to, right? Like it almost said like I feel like that's what I mean. Like it's like the rut, like the rut that you're experiencing now, and the trip almost being an answer to the call of getting out of the rut, because it helps you build into the context of saying like, we're going to do this like, every blah blah blah, and we're going to meet up and do something here. Like it feels like a little bit of like it's like I keep on hearing the event that becomes a promise, that becomes a commitment, that gives you something to look forward to, that almost like creates this burst of energetic excitement in relationality to um I keep on seeing like getting over, like I keep on hearing like getting over like the blahs of normal experience, right? It's like um bottom of the deck. Yeah, and what's interesting about this is it almost feels like something that you start to do for yourself. Like it doesn't feel like an obligation. It's like, hey, whoever wants to come with me kind of thing. Like it feels to me like there's some kind of partnership here, or it sparks some kind of idea. It sparks some kind of like I just keep on seeing it sparks some kind of motivation for you in relationality to something that you're doing, or something that you can do in another way. So like I'd say like pay a lot of attention while you're in that modality to building into those connections, because I just keep on seeing that it's like there's something about the event itself that opens up some kind of new opportunity and possibility in terms of what you can create for yourself, or how you go about something, you know I keep on hearing it's like um and that's the thing about it. Like I see you being like if there wasn't, like that's the energy I almost see, like under I keep on hearing under no obligation, which almost feels to me like I almost see you like like it's like giving me a little bit of that if you build it they will come thing, being like, well, I'm going to be here, like anybody wants to join me is welcome to it kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me like, and I keep on hearing all you need is one other person, because it's like I keep on hearing like the difference between um like the difference between a solo trip and a party is the buy-in and others joining us, is what I keep on hearing. So that's what I mean about the fact that like, you're doing it for yourself, and then like you find you like a lot of energy is like, I'm so glad you did this. I'm so glad you had that idea. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me that like refreshing energy that says, why not do this again? With like why not? We don't need to wait. I keep on hearing we don't need to have a marriage to come back together in this way, is what I keep on hearing. We don't need to wait. I keep on hearing we don't need to wait for another celebration to have a part like a meeting like this, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jennifer. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, we've got one more spot available today, and then the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. You can book private readings on my site. You can also get on the list today if you'd like to claim that final reading with the gift of a baby dragon or a meteor shower. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 59.7K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And you're so welcome, Jennifer. I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of your comments that came through. And for anyone who's interested, we do, if you'd like to see the full list of readings we do, you can head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio. And all right. Also, just a reminder too, we are at 60.1K. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. All right. No move, but I have not been able to travel and want to, but had to get someone to watch the dog. Okay, thank you. I love where I live. I could be traveling to international friends, but hesitate to leave dog and son. I keep on seeing something is changing. Like they're saying, like something is going to be like something. It feels like there's some kind of like movement towards responsibility that's saying that that's not always going to be the case. Like it feels like the ability to like foresee like the future where it becomes a bigger possibility. I'm in. I love it, Bridget. My friends, oh my God, my friends from Atlanta's past life want to get together in Bali and meet in person again. Thank you for confirming what I kept on feeling about the reunion energy. They're all over the globe. I could visit so many places, but lack the courage to fly and be far away. Well, and remember what I said about if you build it, they will come. Like finding something that feels energetically safe to you, that creates that feeling of reunion. Yes, I struggle with that too. Maybe I can stay longer after the wedding and meet one of them in Slovakia. That's beautiful. I keep on seeing that there's some kind of connection that you meet there that opens the possibility, especially in relationality to locationality. You know? You're so welcome, Jennifer. And again, wishing you so much support on that journey. All right. Thank you, for the follow. Next person we're reading for today is Trina. Trina, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder, we've got one more spot available today. One more spot available. Second call right now for Trina. Hi, Trina. How are you doing today? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And for anyone joining us across the other apps, if you would like to be on the list for today as well, you can. All you have to do is send the donation via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Strega, cut it out. You're being naughty. Thank you. Okay. Career and love. Happy to do so. I'm going to draw three cards for you, Trina. I'm going to draw one on career, one on love, and one highest priority messages from spirit. Career, thank you so much. One more around love, please. Thank you. And one more from highest priority. Thank you. So Trina, I feel like in the space of career right now, it's time to make some energetic decisions. I feel like there's something to be navigated in relationality to making choices. And I feel like some of it is like trying to pull the trigger on something. I feel like it's something about, there's something about this is a plan. Like this is something that you've been meaning to do. It feels to me like it's a lot of that confirmation about now or later, And I feel like there's something, and here's the thing about it too. There's some kind of energy here in relationality to career that says to me that um, I keep on seeing messages of taking the initiative, telling someone what your plans are, getting clarity on plans. I feel like there's something about this in terms of navigating a transition or giving someone a heads up in relationality to what those plans are, because and I think that this is important. And this is where I see, like, it feels to me like this is almost like where some of those streams are crossing as it relates to relationship. Um, like, I feel like there's something that's important that's happening in relationship right now as it relates to where like where you're prioritizing and where you're focusing your attention in some way, shape, or form. You know, um, I keep on seeing like it feels like I don't is this like a sabbatical? Like this almost feels like trying to take some time for yourself to work on something. Like that's the thing that I keep on seeing that's interesting right now. Like I see you making some kind of determination or some kind of decision as it relates to work that allows you like it almost allows you to like create something for yourself or it's allowing you to I keep on seeing something in relationality to having more energetic freedom um in terms of being able to like or a conversation you're having with someone in doing something that feels like it's unique or something that you have ownership on. Like it's giving me a lot of this energy about like trying to customize something, trying to like refine something, trying to give someone like options in terms of how they might do something more effectively. And so I feel like there's almost like the space of you kind of taking a step back in order to step forward in a bigger way. And I think what's interesting about it is like I see you like stepping back and almost saying to another person, like, I'm doing this for me. But it's like the reason you're doing it is because you're moving more in alignment with like what it is that's for you. And that's what I meant about the personal space. Because I feel like there's a little bit of this issue that's happening right now between work life balance. And it almost feels like there's something here that's starting to encroach in your personal space. And that's why I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing like some kind of message of like good fences makes good neighbors because like, the ability in setting the healthy boundaries to a certain extent in relationality to what another person expects to you like expects from you is being done to a certain extent to try to preserve and restore an energetic connection, right? And that's what I keep on hearing, like that's what I keep on hearing in relationality to good fences makes good neighbors, because when we're in positions that have healthy work life balance, they don't try to encroach into the area that's energetically sanctified and dedicated to partnership. And so that's why I see that it feels like there's some kind of determination point that you make. It feels like a hard decision, but it also feels like it's clarifying because I see you like doing it in a space that you're articulating and saying to another person, you know, like respectfully, you're asking too much for me. I'm not in that space. Like it's almost like I see you saying so like I'm not going to bend over backwards because it's having an impact. Like it's having an impact on the quality and nature of my relationships. And that's why I see to a certain extent that there is something here that feels like it's energetically supportive, because I also see in the realm of relationship right now, it's saying to me that there's a lot of work in terms of articulating like, and it's interesting because this is what they're saying the difference between work and life is. In work, I see you saying that's too much. And in life, I see you saying, I need more, right? So they're saying, don't cross the streams, because I see like you being able to hold that energetic standard in terms of what another person can expect for you in the professional space is allowing you to turn your concentration in healing or trying to fix some deficit in partnership by being more energetically present, but also being able to articulate what you need as it relates to an energetic connection in such a way so that another person doesn't like like feel like they're in deficit. And what's beautiful about this is I feel like a lot of this is you like healing or clearing the space between your heart and throat chakra, because I see you like advocating for yourself in a way that you never have before, right? I see you being like, respectfully, I have to kind of draw a line here as it relates to profession. And they're almost saying, remember that what you can say to another person instead of no is saying, this is what I can offer you. This is what we energetically agreed upon. Almost like moving that into a space of saying to someone, like, make sure that you're not like this is me being respective, and this is you being able to be respective as well. While in partnership, I keep on hearing this is everything that's happening across this right now has to do with reciprocity, right? So this is the energy that when you're working toward the professional space, being like, if I don't ask that of you, you can't ask that of me. Whereas in the relationship space, I see if I'm giving this to you, it's not too much to ask for it back in return. So make sure that you're working right now. I keep on hearing for both of these vectors, reciprocity is key. It's never selfish to ask for something if you're willing to give it. That's not selfish. That's reciprocity. So think about what you can be doing to deepen healthy stand. Don't think of it as boundaries. I keep on hearing setting healthy standards of reciprocity. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, right. Um, that ability. Like again, I keep on hearing it's a slippery slope, which is saying like you can't say yes to one person because then you say yes to one person, everyone can do it, right? It's giving me a lot of that energy of not. I keep on hearing like no exceptions to the rule, because when you start making an exception to the rule, there's exceptions everywhere. So being able to like work through the vector of disappointing others, but saying like, look, and I keep on hearing, you're not going to create trauma if you can create an explanation. If you're able to articulate to another and say like, look, like this is why I can't be in a space of exception, right? They're saying that that's a space where, again, it's not to say that like, I keep on hearing, it's not to say that I keep wondering, it's not to say that emergencies happen, but I keep on hearing emergencies repeated become habits, which is why I almost see like you saying, like the work that you're doing in terms of setting standards is saying, okay, rule going forward, right? Like we honor, like you give someone the benefit of the doubt until it feels like they're encroaching upon it. And then you have to set a rule to, I keep on hearing, like, think about it as the standards that keep others honest is what I keep on hearing. So think about new rule. Like just don't feel like it's like no, like this is our new rule going forward. And they're saying that that's going to create a lot of productivity both in professional and personal spaces right now. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Trina. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. We've got a room for one more person tonight for a full reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to claim that spot, the spot is available. We are also going to be moving into 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a subscriber, just hit hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and I'll be happy to pull a card for you. All right. Hi there, Elnora. Trying to set boundaries. Yep. I keep on hearing, you're not trying, you're doing. You're just qualifying it. Just stick to them too. Absolutely. Thank you for confirmation, Trina. Hi, Fig. Yes, we've already done the collectives today. Doesn't hurt to ask. You're so welcome, Trina. Work wants to take on more and it's affecting my peace. And that's why I see you saying like, they're saying like, it's like you have to say like, I feel like it's like you having to say like, listen, like I have to send, I keep on hearing your personal space is your personal space. And I keep on saying like, that's sacred. All right. One card right now for Elizabeth. One card for Elizabeth. Spirit led. Honor your choices. You know, I feel like there's something about that. Don't worry about. I want you to say, like, I'm secure in my decisions, right? Your own ability to articulate the reasons why you made the choices you do. Like, I keep on seeing, like, you don't be hard on yourself. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, because I keep on seeing consistency is key, but it doesn't mean that there isn't a space of adaptability, right? Like, coming into the context of understanding that we're always able to learn something new, right? And I keep on hearing, if you're not sure if something you're doing is picky or important, remember the higher self is always willing to have that conversation, right? The egoic self is always like, because I said so. Like, that's when we know when we're being protective, is when it's hard for us to understand why we're holding on to something. So as long as you're doing that work, like, let this be a time of introspection and healing. One card for Chrissy regarding connection, please. Woo! How many cards is that? We've got 3 cards coming out for you, Chrissy. This feels to me like this is a lot of the work that I feel like I see you in some kind of context of, like, healing from some space of trauma. And everything I keep on seeing is, again, if you've created a context wherein you told someone what it is that you need in order to move forward, like, you don't need to feel like you're in that space of waiting. They're saying, remember, manifestation is not about waiting for another person to change. It's understanding and recognizing where you effectively left someone and building into that context. I keep on hearing, you never miss what is for you. So if you've done that work, if you've articulated to someone what it is that they need to bring towards you, as you continue on your journey, don't get caught in that space of feeling like you're having to constantly wait for them to build into that context. Just embody the space of articulating and saying to yourself that I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with this 3 of Swords and its reversal, right? The way we move towards our manifestations is accepting those spaces or places where another might want something different than us. And that doesn't require us to have to wait. We can just come into that point of acceptance that allows us that easement point in moving towards what it is that we're trying to heal going forward. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Ella, one card around next moves with friend B. I got you, dear. One card for Ella. Be strong. I feel like it's requiring some kind of fortitude. I feel like it's building into the strength of saying to another, helping someone realize and recognize their own strength. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. It takes courage to take ownership of how we feel. And I keep on seeing the gift that we give each other is clarity in terms of what we can expect. I feel like there might be a hard conversation that may require, I keep on hearing, a healthy relationship can navigate a hard conversation. And there should never be a misunderstanding in terms of the direction that something is going. So make sure that you're having those conversations sooner rather than later, is what I'm seeing. Thank you, Ella. And Theo, one card, if it's still worth going to the art gallery tonight. One card, please, for Theo. Is there some kind of conflict between you and another energy? Like, this is, I feel like I just see something here. I keep on hearing, do it for you. Like, don't worry about who's going to be there, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, because I feel like there's something, like, it feels to like I don't know what this, like, I don't know what this is. Is this like someone, like, is this like navigating the space of another person's hurt feelings? Like, I would say even now, like, don't, like, Like, it almost feels like I feel like somebody's changed plans on you, but they're saying if this is something that you desire to do, don't let another person changing plans stop you from doing what it is that you are going to do, is what I keep on hearing. I hope that helps, Cynthia. All right. Hold on a minute. Anything in the romance energy. I'm not looking for actively seeking. I'm just curious what's afloat. I got you, Fig. I mean, I know it's funny that you say I'm not curious. I mean, like, it says to me that this is a time of you kind of being in some kind of like, I feel like you're recognizing and identifying what your manifestation goals are. Um, I feel like there's a lot of this. It feels like it feels like this is a time for you to approach relationship like from a point of fulfillment, which is really beautiful, which is saying you've never done this before. It's saying to me what's nice about it is like relationship that's a nice to have, not a need to have. It's actually like it feels to me like it's a bit of a fresh start because like I feel like you've been doing a lot of that work on yourself, like building into that emotional stability point. And so I feel like it's almost like allowing for that sense of like enjoying the finer things, finding like an energetic friend, someone that you can enjoy the good times with without feeling like the burden of expectation is what I'm seeing. So there's something about that that says like be ready for an energetic surprise because I see something that like, it's almost like those I keep on hearing the way we hold each other lightly allows for the context of building into like something like I keep on hearing like the start of a beautiful relationship. One card for V from Spirit Guides, please. Don't be so hard on yourself right now. You can't miss anything that's for you. I want you to sell yourself. You're always on time for your own journey. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this Six of Pentacles in its reversal. Don't be like I feel like you hold yourself to a really high standard. So I want you to start writing get done lists. I want you to use this new moon in Taurus to help you remember how far you've come and how much you've been doing and what that work looks like. Oh, and Theo, thank you. Yeah, it feels like it's going to help you get out of a funk. You know what I mean? Like it feels like thank you for confirmation. Like I keep on seeing you saying I'm not going to let someone ruin something that you enjoy doing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I see you almost like working in that context, you know? Thank you for that, and Theo. Melly, one card pull, spirit led, please. Don't overpromise. Leave them wanting more is what I keep on hearing. Like the best thing is like the best thing you do is leave someone wanting more to a certain extent. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, next time. Next time is a powerful prayer, right? If someone's trying to give, like if someone's trying to ask for more at a time that you've already promised, say, well, we can do that next time. Like build into the next experience is all I keep on seeing. One card for Susie on new soul connections. I like the way you phrase that. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot more clarity and intention. I feel like you've kind of like up leveling an energy that's not afraid to articulate upon what they want, but they're saying that that's because you're doing that same work as well. Like attract like, a like attracts like. It's not a coincidence. You've changed too. Like, you're not going to encounter what you experienced in the past because I think you've just recognized that energy that can't articulate. I keep on hearing, say it from your chest or say it at all. Like, don't say it at all. Like you're done with energy that requires you to read between the lines. And so they're saying, like, remember, continue to apply that discernment. Hi there, Addie. One card on M seems to be it seems to be going through a lot. I mean, I see some kind of I see them going through a lot, but it almost says to me, like, are they taking steps to make something easier? Are they being clear with the energy around them? Like, are they setting healthy standards in relationality to what others are expecting around them? Right? because I keep on hearing like confusion, like I keep on hearing very much making like making sure that they understand that their throat chakra can clean the throat chakra is powerful because the ability to articulate, like to define what it is that you desire, creates like eases any kind of confusion as it relates to like clearing misconceptions or working in that space, right? Bottom of the deck, healthy boundaries. I feel like there's something here. You can't like healthy boundaries. I keep on hearing healthy boundaries don't just magically appear. We create healthy boundaries by effectively using our throat chakra. So I feel like there's something about this that almost says like, making sure someone understands that the ability to avoid confusion is by not requiring others to have to like read into like nuance free zone, like not having to read nuance to understand what's occurring, having those hard conversations, right? um allowing that to occur, not like I keep on seeing like not being worried about like sometimes I keep on hearing sometimes a hard conversation prevents bigger confusion down the line, right? Like it's like that's why I keep on hearing like that's why if you're trying like you can't please everyone. That's why we're very clear in terms of identifying what others expect from us, if that helps, Addie. One card for Alexandra on that connection. I feel like there's some like make sure the connection isn't requiring you to move away from your manifestation goals. You know, like it's saying to me, like I feel like there's something about that. I keep on hearing it doesn't have to be a tug of war, like energy that's in alignment to you. And I feel like you're understanding and recognizing that the value and weight in building into a point of clarity, it doesn't feel like you have to, I keep on hearing, like it doesn't feel like you have to chase someone down to figure out what's happening. We'll just tell you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like, like I feel like you're getting some kind of firsthand experience of how easy it can be with someone that's able to articulate their needs clearly, right? I feel like I feel like you're getting some kind of clarity here on something from the past in a way that you're like, oh, well, that was the thing that's missing, Thank you as well, Chrissy. Hi there, Slim. These are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. You're so welcome, Addie. Yeah, healthy boundaries. But here's the thing, healthy boundaries are formed with clear communication. They don't just naturally occur. Like healthy boundaries don't just naturally occur. Like, oh, look, healthy boundaries. Thank you. All right, same thing, Alexa. These are one card readings for subscribers. Hold on a minute. Hi there, V. Thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, and Theo. Well, if you're feeling like that, Ella, make sure that you're articulating how you feel, right? Make sure that you're communicating like what that is, make sure again, your emotions are not a burden so long as you bring forth your prescription on how to heal it. Hi there, V. One card for 810, spirit led, highest priority. No problem, dear. Can I get one card for 810, spirit led? It doesn't, again, speaking of boundaries, your standards are your standards. It's impolite. It doesn't matter if someone's nice. Like someone who is overstepping their boundaries might try to be nice the whole time. You don't have to feel like you need to repeat yourself. If you've articulated what it is that you need and someone else keeps on like just acting like they haven't heard it or moving towards you in a way that isn't it doesn't require you to have to meet that lack of that is not courteous. Don't confuse nice for courtesy. Often energy that is being pushy or insistent will try to be nice as they do so. It's not about being nice. It's about honoring what another person has asked for. Yeah, bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't confuse niceness with courtesy. It's not courteous to insist. But often energy that's insisting will try to be nice as they do so. It makes you feel bad for articulating your boundaries. You don't have to meet someone's niceness with niceness if they're ignoring what you've asked for. Hi there, Alexa. Fig nailed it on working on myself. Cool beans, you're welcome. I like that. Cool beans. I haven't heard that one in a while. No more between the lines energy. Tap to claim. Confirmation for me. Healthy boundaries key. You're so welcome, Addie. Samantha, these are one card readings. I have room on the list for one more person. If someone wants a full reading, the list is open. One card for Heather. Guidance around navigating effort from X. I keep on seeing not opening, like don't get into conflict with them. I keep on hearing saying I'm not going to entertain this conversation is what I keep on seeing. Like it feels to me like don't like say to someone like respectfully, this is not something that's open for discussion. If you want to have this community conversation with me, you have to do it through the proper channels. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Again, like I keep on seeing like don't get pulled into arguing something that you're not inclined to. The difficulty in saying like this is not a conversation we should be having, like being able to articulate what that is. I just keep on seeing you like don't let yourself be triggered, right? And just say to someone like if you want to have that conversation, this is where we have to have it. Thank you so much and sending you support on that journey. All right. And thank you, Slim, for the follow. General message for Carm. Highest priority, please. Don't let someone threaten you. This is some kind of energy here. Like again, like remember, rejection is an illusion. Like it's not if someone's saying that they're disappointed in you, ask yourself, don't just experience to say what were they expecting? What were they expecting? Right? Yeah, often when like the song you will hear as you're making the right choices for yourself are you're disappointing me, right? It's the difference between energy that wants what's best for you versus energy that feels like they know what's best for you. Remember to observe the difference between energy that always tries to say, what do you need? How can I help you? Versus energy that says, this isn't what I wanted from you. Don't let someone twist it. You're so welcome, Alexandra. It should be a dance. Exactly. Tap to claim. Activate that throat chakra so it isn't deactivated by someone else. I love that, Susie. Not in a fear-based way. Exactly. Not in a fear-based way. I like that. You're welcome, A10. There's a coffee shop in Jersey called Cool Beans. I like that. There used to be a great coffee shop. That was nothing like a good coffee shop. Hi, Mabs. Good to see you today, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Oh, I hope you're having a beautiful day, dear. So good to see you. Nifty. Look at you. Got all the nifty Cool Beans. It's a cute little place. It sounds really great, Bridget. Post it. I have to you can post in the recommendations on the Discord. I used to never be able to say no within the marriage, and it was hard to do so after the divorce. I keep on hearing again, this is not a conversation. Like, remember, identify the conversations that you should be having. Being like, this is not something that's up for conversation. Energy that gives orders is unhealthy. I mean, like, it's just, I need to point this out. Like, the idea of like orders, like it comes from a space of control. Like when we're in a healthy space, we articulate upon what's best. It doesn't feel like that, okay, like I get to make the decision. Like, okay, whatever. Like, just like, it's giving me a lot of like pick your battles energy, that I can do so now with so much progress. Tap to claim rainbow. I'm booking the first flight out of Alaska to visit. Woo, Susie! I love long live music. I haven't got out much lately. It's beautiful. It was a makeshift instrument guitar thingy. Cool. Alaska sounds awesome. Yes, sound meditations on the beach sounds awesome too. All right, friends, final call for one card readings for subscribers. If you're a subscriber, have not had a card pulled today, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button. Just a reminder for those who have missed the daily collective, it'll be up later today on the place where we post the videos, also on the place where we post the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my Spot and over on my Substack. I will be back on again tomorrow at for anyone who became a subscriber tonight. Welcome. Thank you for joining our collective. Yes, Carmen, I did. I drew the cards for you. I believe I drew the the card of the Emperor in its reversal with the Ace of Swords in its reversal. So the message that was really coming through on that's why we got in the conversation about like just avoid a power struggle, is what I keep on seeing, which is understanding that and what's the energetic power struggle, which is someone who says I keep on hearing conversations where someone says you don't operate in the space of ultimatums, because it says to me it's a lot of that work that understands that when we stop insisting, we can see the possibilities of what surrounds us. But I almost feel like you're doing some kind of work in helping someone see something in a way, as to why their perception on something might be a little bit distorted. I feel like there's a little bit of an easement there as it relates to helping another person work through the pathwork of their empathy, if that makes sense. So I keep on seeing don't be I keep on seeing have those kind conversations, which is helping someone through something that is difficult, but almost saying to them I'm saying this to you because I care about you and I feel like it'll energetically help you, utilizing that pathwork of discernment. It's giving me a lot of kind but not kind conversations are sometimes not nice because it's working through something that's hard to talk about, or something hard to see. It's helping someone through an energetic blind spot. Thank you for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Oh, here we go. You're so welcome, Timo Sana. Yeah, yeah, Jennifer, you're a subscriber. You always get a card pulled. I know, I've been adding a lot in the Discord. You guys just give me new ideas, so I just add new stuff. Also, y'all should go out by yourself if you never have. So liberating to go dance by yourself. I love that energy, Susie. I think that's fantastic. You have to learn how to navigate Discord. We're here for you. It's like riding a bike. We'll help you every step of the way. I did it last night. Dancing helps through the funkiness. I know, shake it out. We've got a lot of that shake it out energy right now, Susie. You got to go to Alaska in 2019. That's so cool. All right. You're so welcome, Carmen. I completely agree. I love it. I've been doing it more often when I can. Jennifer, card on upcoming summer activities. I feel like it's great. I feel like you're hitting some kind of stride in terms of finding some kind of balance point, or being able to enjoy something, or finding some time getting some time back for yourself is what I'm seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like you're learning to not overly. I actually feel like you're stepping back from some obligations this summer, not overly, not overly, like overly tasking yourself or taking on too much more than you can chew. I feel like this is a summer that you're going to be able to actually enjoy yourself by getting some kind of time back. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, I can see this. Yeah, I feel like you hit that sweet spot this summer. You're like, oh, I think I figured it out. It's I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when, if you became a subscriber tonight, welcome. I would encourage you to join the subscriber-only Discord, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the Discord a special perks channel that will give you an additional discount to our tarot class subscription over on the Substack. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you To my followers, old and new, thank you for spending your afternoon and evening with us. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all of your help today. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. So good to see you, Mavs. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.